And I'm so tired. I don't know what's wrong. I'm like mentally asleep still. This event will begin in now, right now. It will begin right now. And I have got a booger coming. I can feel it already. I can feel it. It's like this whole season is brutal. It's like weather-wise, it's very nice, but allergies, man. Why, God? Why? Okay. Send you. We're gonna send you up there to meet Saint Nick. Is it Saint Nick? Or is it Saint Peter? We're gonna send you to see that guy. Yeah, that guy. Got a date with that guy. I'm not starting the stream yet. Drink some coffee. Lock in your next sea break. I'm low-key surprised that franchise even still exists. Okay. The game's got background sound, but I can't even hear it. It's kind of like no point. I guess we could go live. No! Oh. No. Oh no. Oh no. I shouldn't have pressed the live button yet. I wasn't ready. I wanted to change the name of the live. No. How did I change the title? That oh, there it is. There we go. Call in and change my mind. Guess I'm abandoning that coffee. But something's wrong. I didn't get the text. We don't usually get that picture when we start the live stream. Get like a little welcome thing that I didn't get this time. Now it's saying it doesn't detect audio. Man, it's so unreliable. We gotta check for updates. No, yep, something is wrong. You have to get the very first time you go live right on TikTok, or else it just doesn't work. It's already crashed. Irony. Hiya. Is there a way to check for updates? Wow, that is trash. What happened to my internet, bro? Why am I paying such high internet bill if that's my internet? Okay. So we put it to 720 this time. Oh, cool. It thinks it's Spider-Man. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Now, maybe the stream will work this time. Or maybe not. It's the second time loading up. Let's just let it run. Oh, actually, let's turn it up so I can hear it. Might end up hearing it in the mic though, that's the only problem. But there's no one here, so I don't know if anyone's even seen the stream to test it. It doesn't really matter. If we're in the dead zone, then let's just play like we're in the dead zone. How is it possible that you can't detect any sound? Maybe it just expects me to just ramble. Not that I won't ramble, but just started. There's nothing to ramble about.
Alright, I'm at the alley, but there's a bunch of heavily armed dudes here. Looks like a drug deal's going down.
I hate to go all cop on you, but it is the duty of every citizen to step up when they witness a crime in progress.
So now you do want me killing people with my powers?
I didn't say kill them, just rough them up, scare them a little, and destroy their stash.
I'd say that's roughing him. That's pretty damn rough. Right, yeah, it looks like something's going on algorithmically again. It's not fair. Why do all this for, you know, such little results? Bros, surrendered. Good on you. Surrender.
Nelson, I heard shots. Did you kill them?
Hey, I was trying to do my duty as a citizen, man, but they were trying to do their duty as criminals.
I didn't unalive nobody.
Damn it, the gate in front of the alley's locked.
Well, that didn't stop you back at the cannery.
Come on, bro, you got superpowers. What do you mean the gate's locked? Like, what the hell? You got superpowers. Oh, the gate's locked. Like, you literally just, like, destroyed things with one hit. It's like, God. Who is shooting? There you go. Alright, let's see what's going on with the algo. Because I can't see anybody on either side of the stream. Do. Check 1 2. Alright, let's go. Let's do a little audio check. Something is likely wrong in the background. Alright, we got game. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we got this now. Let's see if we can tap this light, get this thing functioning. There we go. I mean, of all like, for every stream that we've been doing, we've been gaining a bunch of followers, but it would appear that the followers that we've gained on the streams aren't seeing the streams, which is, you know, dubious. Ah, we just went up there. Let's try that again. Alright. Where's the entry point? Like, he wants me to... Oh! Like, he wants me to aura farm on the edge. Like, what is this? Hey, thanks for tapping the like. I really appreciate that. For some reason, we... Ah, maybe that's our way in. No, he just went up. Where is the entrance? He hasn't even got like a spidey sense type of thing where you can like scan the area. That is no good. Where is the entrance, man? Window? I hate when games do this, man. Clear instructions. Give us clear instructions. Alright, what's the deets? No, tell us about the mission, bro. Spoodman, what's up, bro? Do you lean more towards there might be a higher being or there is none? I mean, I'm not sure what a higher being is. I would like for you to come up and talk to me about it though if you want to. Let's do an audio test to make sure people actually can come up and speak. It's much easier to talk about than yeah, text chat. Check. 1 2 1 2. Oh, nope. Let's see what we got. We got audio. There's the audio. Cool. So yeah, we got audio. If you'd like to. I'd like to, but I'm cozied up in bed just wanting to chat a bit. Yeah, just use your mic. You gotta come on camera, bro. You gotta come on camera. But yeah, I don't know what is meant when people say a higher power. I think saying a higher power is just too open. It could mean anything. It could even mean aliens, which is kind of funny, right? Because if you're saying a higher power is just anything that's like stronger or smarter than you, and then that could be anything. It could even be a different type of humans that we just don't know about. Adro? No, I don't really understand what the quantum realm is, but I wouldn't think humans invented it. I think that is the type of thing a human can discover though. Maybe we should go over that side of the building. I guess, let's try. Riggin, why should I think there's any such thing as an afterlife? Like, how could we possibly know, seeing that we're all alive? Bing. His moveset's pretty trash as well. Oh, he just uppercut me. Nah, it's like about being a super powered guy if you could just get an uppercut like that. Just stuns you while just like a normal human. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Oh, why is my stream gone all wonky? Wait a minute. Hey, what the hell did happen to my stream? It's like super wonky. Like, how did that happen? Yo, I've never seen that happen before. Okay, stream is like super wonky, super chompy wompy. All right, what is going on with TikTok, dude? Are the other channels like that? All right, I don't know why it's just decided to go wonky on its own like that. So I allowed someone. Oh yeah, I joined up. That's what happened. Right, so it's not the camera. It's not that. It's this circle. Cool. Like, it's like something just changed the whole format of the stream just like instantaneously. That was super weird. Oh well. Request up, folks. Let's talk about it. Ever notice all religions describe God is good? No, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. And when you say all religions, chances are you only really know about 3 religions. You know, That's like kind of where the history of the world is currently. Three religions have dominated most of Western and Eastern society, so, and the global South. So to say that all religions take God to be good is not necessarily true, because not all gods are even the same in that kind of way. Some gods are just completely abstract. They don't have any like anthropomorphic features, meaning that they're not considered to be good or bad. They're just things. Let's see if this damages the stream again. Oh wait, the whole circle's gone. Hello?
How's it going, brother?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. I wanted to come in, so I don't usually do this,
Cool.
but I was going to talk to you about my God and why I know he's real.
Okay.
The God of the Jews, the God of Israel. See, there's a big deception when it comes to Christianity and a lot of religions. And a lot of people think, well, isn't all gods the same? But they're not.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I can explain.
Sure.
So if you look throughout history and you look at all religions, most of all of it is propaganda. They always have a reason that they do what they do to make money, for fame, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing. Second thing to notice is that almost all religions have a depiction of their God. They all have idol worship. Buddhist,
Not
even
necessarily.
Islamic, they all have idols they worship. Here's the strange thing when you look at the God of Jews, also when you look at Yeshua, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
The God of Israel was the only God that told his people not to worship an image or an idol.
Is that true though? I don't know the exact history of it, but when you say the God of Israel, who are you talking about specifically?
I'm talking about Yahweh. I'm talking about the God of the Old Testament, the Torah, the Tanakh. I'm talking about the God who created the world in 7 days.
But as I understand it, the original God of Israel was Yahweh, but he was a minor deity, a storm and warrior god. So I'm pretty sure he would have had depictions.
No. Mankind made depictions. Yahweh is the only one in the Old Testament out of any book. Look up every single religion. He was the only one, brother, that told his people not to worship an idol. When he brought the children of Israel out of the desert for 40 years, the first thing they did was make a golden calf. He was the only God that spoke against that, against idol worship.
All right, so cool.
Number two.
Let's assume that's true, right?
It is true,
Why
brother. I'm Jewish.
Why should we think that God ever actually spoke to humans in the first place, and that's not just the word of men?
Well, that's the number one thing you have to look at is the only way that someone would make up a story is they need something to gain. People aren't mass societies aren't going to make up a story with nothing to gain.
Oh yeah, of course. There's lots to be gained by speaking on behalf of God or being God's translator or transmitter. There's lots to be gained.
Exactly. So that goes to my further point. If you just take a minute to listen to me, because I don't ever do this unless God wants me to.
Ooh,
That's
a very egotistical thing to say, brother.
No, what I really mean is I don't ever do this. I don't talk to people about God. I don't bother with it. I don't anything. But for some reason, I did this for you, whether you believe it or not. I just want to tell you what I believe, and you can take it and go with it. And
I mean,
and
willing
anything.
to have a conversation with you, but I don't really want to be preached to if that's your intention.
No, I'm not preaching to you. I'm telling you about why. But you got to let me at least finish.
Sure.
Okay, so that's the one thing that I told you about the idol worship. Okay, the second thing would be the Talmudian, the disciples of Yeshua, Jesus who died on the tree, not a cross. That's a big deception. Okay, so there's three parts to this. The one is the idol worship. The second is why would you cover up a story if it's not true? There's no reason to twist a story, and there's no reason to misconstrue a story if it's not true. Look at Jesus. They literally call him the Christ. He's a white man with long hair. We know these things aren't true. They took Christmas, which is December 25th, which is the day that's closest to the sun. This is all historical. Constantine twisted the entire belief system of Yeshua. Paul, which was in the New Testament, which was one of the apostles, his real name was Shul, Hebrew version. They literally took and twisted what he said. In fact, Paul said when we first went to Greece, he said they called us a Christian. He never once will you find in the New Testament where any of the disciples called themselves a Christian. So there's a deception to why would they take it? If it's not true and we don't care and none of it's real, why would they take and twist the disciples, completely twist the New Testament and the Old Testament if there's nothing to gain? Third of all, the real apostles literally died for what they believed. These were men who were well known. Paul was an officer of the law of the Greek law. They did not gain anything. They in fact told all the people that they were around to get rid of their finances, to give it to the poor. So why would a man take, and by the way, what they died for was not, oh, this great big thing. They died for literally, they were willing to die for one statement. Just one statement, brother, that they seen Yeshua, the Messiah, crucified and resurrected. They were willing to die for it. They gave up their families, their homes, their lives, not for fame, not like these pastors today and these big mega churches.
All right. So you're saying a lot. So you've given 3 points. Now, are you ready to have a conversation, or do you want to say more stuff?
What do you think about the fact that these men were willing to, I'm asking you, were willing to give their lives not for fame, not for money, not for anything, not like any other religion out there, but
you're saying a lot, right? But you don't need to add the extra sauce on it. So simply, you're asking me, why would people die for things they believe in? Is that what you're asking me?
No, why would they die to profess that they saw this man crucified and risen from glory?
Yeah, it's the same thing. They're dying for something they believe in.
Sure.
Right, so there's many reasons why people might die for what they believe in. It doesn't mean what they believe is right or even correct or that even happened. It just means they believed in it.
There were witnesses.
And they were willing to die for it, right? Now, that being said, we don't actually know if people did die for what they claim to have believed. Some people might tell a different version of history and say they committed crimes against the empire, which was behind the whole thing in the first place. But that being said, it's not anything divine to say that humans will die behind their ideologies and their belief systems. That is nothing special. So what is the argument about that?
Well, we could say that about any part of history. If you're saying that, then let's do away with anything, because the Bible is historically correct. There's too much of it. Even
that's
science.
Incorrect. The Bible is a religious text.
All major scientists call Genesis the clearest.
Can you give me a name
of many of the scientists?
Can you give me a name of one?
All the big scientists.
All
that
right,
are
so
atheists,
you're chatting shit, bro.
They even. Okay, you know more than I do. Since you're atheist, are there not many scientists who say that the book of Genesis is the clearest rendering description of the Big Bang Theory?
You can't name one. You can't name one that subscribes to creationist theory and call themselves a scientist in that kind of matter. Now, maybe you could be like you could be studying physics and be a Christian or a Jew, right? You could be studying astrophysics and be a Christian or a Jew. You could be studying, anything. You could be a scientist and have religious beliefs, but there are no scientists. There are no scientists that support the creationist theory. It's a myth.
There are tons of theories.
But you can't name one. Why do you think that is?
Because I don't look into them.
Because you're lying.
I know they exist.
Because you're lying. Right? You believe something and you're trying to bend reality to your beliefs.
Einstein believed in God.
No, not the type of God you believe in. And he was Jewish, ironically, right? So
I didn't know that.
See? So what are we even talking about here?
I just know that he state that he believed in God?
No, not the type of God you're talking about. I think Einstein might be considered a deist. But anyways, thanks for coming up, bro. I'm gonna give someone else a shot.
Hold on. I'm enjoying this.
I appreciate you, though, bro. But I don't think this conversation is actually going anywhere. So I'm gonna cut it short here, brother. I appreciate.
I feel like it is. I feel like you don't like where it's going because it's the truth.
All right, thank you, though. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
All right. So who is next? Hello.
How you doing, brother?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, you playing my game? That's one of my favorite games right there, bro.
Is it? It's my first time playing this, to be fair. I can't really figure out what I'm doing in this mission. It's like, how do I get this
go
on.
I did want to reach out on the last thing homie was talking about a little bit.
Sure.
Do you not think everything is mind, or the mind influences everything? Is that not what, like, quantum physics says, anyways.
I mean, I don't know. I think that's more like a philosophical question, not necessarily the reality or how could we know, you know?
You're right. I believe that too. So I mean, I'm not gonna fight that. But going with what scientists say and theories, I mean, or like even
I
if you
would
want to
say,
go with
I'd
the
say,
occult,
I should say maybe like we should just like forget about what that guy was talking about and just start a fresh topic because it could just get into a
okay,
weird place, you know?
yeah, you're right. You're right.
So like, what's the main thing you want to talk about in terms of the subject?
Uh, I don't really know. I mean, I guess that's where I wanted to go with it. Really, the occult side of it. Have you ever heard of like what an egregore is?
Mm-hmm.
The whole thought, collective belief creates entities,
Yeah,
right?
I've heard that. Someone told me about that one time on stream. I'm not like I don't necessarily subscribe to that though, but that's the thing.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think all ancient cultures try to talk about what you would call, I mean, I guess we call it philosophical or philosophy, but I think old philosophy was a way for us to try to view what we call science now. And people, like you said, people who believe in God, even if it is like a I mean, even if it is like a mindset or like something that they created mentally, I don't think that, I think even, I don't know how to explain it. If there is an entity that's above us, wouldn't we only be able to perceive it through the mind?
Yeah, I guess from a certain level, yeah. But that doesn't really help us in this conversation.
You're right. I don't know. You're right. I'm feeding more into homies conversation. So
Nah,
you're right.
fair play to you. No, I do apologize as well. I woke up today and I felt like I was quite impatient and yeah, I could kind of feel myself being like a little bit like that as well. So I apologize in advance if I'm a little bit, you know.
No, you're all right, brother. You're all right. I understand. Shoot. So I get it.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I think humans invented God, and I feel like because God is a concept, humans can call whatever they want God, you know. So it's just it gets a bit weedy, unless we've got good reasons to think that gods exist independently of us. I'm not
I
sold
think.
on it.
Do you think morals kind of point to that? Or do you think morals are also created by humans?
I think morals are 100% created by humans. I think morals wouldn't matter if humans didn't exist. There wouldn't even be morals if humans didn't exist.
Uh,
Like, and you got to understand as well, morals, like in a basic sense, is just a system of determining what is good and bad, what is right and wrong, and those value judgments will always depend on what you value, you know. So it's background information that you have on a subject, and you judge the action against your values. You know, that's all it really is. That's all a moral is.
but how do kids know to be good things?
Because there's society, you got nature and nurture, right? It's the same when you pick up language, you pick up the normative values of the people you live around, like what one ought to do, what one ought not do. Like as a baby, your parents will be telling you, "Oh, stop crying! Like don't do this, don't do that. Like put that down. Like it's dangerous." So you're constantly absorbing all this information anyway.
Right. Hence the Lord of the Flies. Right.
Well, I'm not quite sure what that is. I've heard the name before.
The- that movie about the kids stuck on the island and doing horrific things to each other.
Oh no, I've never seen it.
Yeah, I think it just argues the same argument, nature versus nurture.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, I hold the view that humans are kind of born in a state called tabula rasa. So they're just blank slates, and they just get uploaded with the information that they take in through their senses, right? So I don't take humans to have some innate built-in sense of moral. I think all of our kind of views on how we build ethics and moral systems really do stem from one thing alone, and that's survival. What ensures the greatest amount of survival?
Ooh. Well, I guess I ain't got no argument. Shit, excuse my language. Shoot.
Yeah. Could you tell me how to get in this building though?
Let me see.
I'd love to know how to get in this building. Or maybe the game's crashed and I'm just like running in circles. It says
Right.
the map's pointing in there. It's got a little white marker. It says go to the murder scene. I can't see no scene. So I don't know.
All right, brother. I'll let you go, bro.
Alright. You said phase
Alright,
through?
man.
Through the gate? No way. Wait, is it that simple? Let's see. Oh, you son of a... Hey, big up to you,
Oh, that
Juice.
was cool.
Hey, big
Okay,
up
that
to
was
you,
good.
bro. Alright, brother, I'm gonna let you go, alright? Thanks for coming up. Alright. Yo, that was sick. Yo, what's up, Random? How you doing?
What's going on, man?
How you doing, man?
You should see this man.
Good, how are you?
Not too bad.
Tagger. Pretty damn good one.
I appreciate you preaching the gospel of
Ooh. Go on.
so
You really
so
shouldn't leave lit candles unattended.
my question is what do you think about absurdism?
I don't know much about it, to be fair. If anything at all, to be
Okay,
honest.
all right, very cool. It's the idea
And now we come to the
that nothing matters, but that's a cool thing, and like nothing matters for a reason.
Okay, so the girl stops off for takeout.
Yeah.
Like we're all put here on like it's just a small speck of rock, and we are here for no reason.
Hey, if I had neon powers and a Chowder Jones, that's where I'd
And then you can kind of equate it to, yeah, I guess I'm a nihilist, but the more you think about it, it's like you can view it as a Sisyphus. You're pushing the rock up the hill every single day, but one must realize that Sisyphus is happy pushing the rock up the hill every day.
Are you saying that's the view you would come to from an absurdist point of view?
Now, me personally is there's a lot of people that say that Sisyphus is unhappy, but for me personally, I think Sisyphus is happy because he gets to do the same thing every day, and it's nothing's ever going to change. Nothing bad's ever going to happen to him.
But
Nothing
one could
good's
argue
ever
that
going to
is
happen
bad.
to him.
His situation is bad, though, isn't it?
But is it?
Yeah, like you're forced to push a rock up a mountain or a hill every day, and then do it
But here's the
again.
thing.
That sounds like torture.
If you're stuck in the same loop forever, you have to figure out how to make yourself happy. So
I think he
is
might just tune out
Sisyphus-
at a certain point. Maybe like he's like brain dead at a certain point, I would say. I mean that's what I would think, right? I can't really see the right, let me give like an opposing opinion at the
Yeah,
same time.
absolutely, man.
I can see how
Absolutely,
you
man.
might come to a point where you're where you resign to your fate kind of thing. You're like, well, it is what it is. I can't do anything about this. So since it's out of my control,
See,
I need
you're
not
certain.
worry.
Yeah, absolutely. You're certain to realize that.
You could take that view too, but I'm just meaning in general, given the scenario of Sisyphus, I don't think he wanted to end up doing that in the first place. So it wasn't necessarily going to be a good thing. It's just that he just has no choice in the matter.
And one of the biggest things is like I want you to realize or think about is that the world is absurd.
Why should I think that though?
Like if you think about it, like you and I are here together talking. That shouldn't. I mean, like in all the aspects of life, it shouldn't happen.
Why?
There's so many things that had to happen for you and I to talk, and it just like you have to accept that it's so you can be a nihilist about the world, and you can say like, oh my god, like everything sucks. Not you personally, not you personally, but there's so many butterflies that had to flap their wings for you and I right now to talk, which in the grand scheme of things won't matter, but you have to realize that you and I talking right now might change even if you have, I don't know how many viewers,
I'll be honest with you, brother.
multiple
Like
viewers,
this is quite a the conversation is degenerating really fast.
and you think about it, and it's
It's
like,
it doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
but here's the thing: is like
Ooh.
you can be nihil. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to viewers. I'm speaking to people that are younger than me. You have to realize that nothing matters, and that's okay.
I guess you could hold that view. Right? I don't think you
That's the
necessarily
biggest thing.
have
Is like,
to approach that from a
you
negative
can
point of
be a
view.
nihilistic person and say like nothing matters. Fuck this world.
Yeah,
But you
that would
can
be. I'd
also
say that'd be
view it in a
childish.
way that like nothing matters, and that's okay in the best way.
Yeah, there's many ways to approach that from different philosophical views. Right, you can go from Taoism, go from Stoicism, maybe even go from a religious point of view. But yes, I'm in agreement. You could hold that view and not necessarily become a negative person. But I think if you was to hold that view and become a negative person, it would be quite childish.
You could view it in that way. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, because it'd be like throwing a tantrum, saying, "Oh, you know, I can't have anything my way, so why do anything at all? I'm just gonna be destructive because I can't have it my way."
Exactly. But here's the beauty. That's what makes it so beautiful. If you view it that way, of like, if you do, I'd recommend anyone listening go read Albert Camus.
Oh, bro. All right, so appreciate you for coming up. See you later.
Thanks for having me.
Typical styling. Oh, brother, this guy. Like, so yeah, like, no knocks to that group of people. They use the same techniques all the time. It's just kind of like, it's dry, man. They need to discuss some things with their elders a bit better. It's just, they think they know more than they actually do. It actually sucks. But anyways, what's up, Dr. Umar?
What are you doing?
Finally, we get to speak to the legend himself.
Black Peace forever, snow bunnies never, right?
Oh shit! Oh damn! How's that, bro? How you doing?
I'm good, man. He's playing Infamous.
Yeah.
But did you always not believe in God, or was there a time you actually believed in God?
Yeah, there was a time I believed in God. Well, at least I thought I did, you know. But truth be told, I never really examined it close enough. So
And what, through examining it, you came to the conclusion that humans invented God?
I think I've come across different pieces of information that's built that kind of view that humans invented God. So I wouldn't necessarily think it's just like, oh, you know, one night I was thinking about what is God, and the next morning I was like, oh, there's no God. I think it's an accumulative process.
Okay. But you grew up Christian or something?
Nah, not like tied to any religion explicitly like that. Just like you could say I believed in a Christian God, like God of the Bible type of God, but not necessarily the whole Jesus spill.
Oh, so you already knew like it didn't make, the Trinity didn't make any sense.
Well, yeah, I just culturally that wasn't something I was trained to believe in. Now my grandma bought into all of that, but my dad was more like a Rastafarian. So you know, Rastafarians are more like they're like hippie Christians. Like, they subscribe to kind of Judaic kind of views.
Okay. What about Islam? Have you ever researched about Islam?
I mean, I've spoken to Muslims many times, grew up with many Muslims. They told me a bunch of stuff about their religions, but yeah, I find that even harder to buy into.
Why?
Because I feel like just the sheer fact that their thing comes after Christianity and is kind of based on the tales of Christianity and Judaism makes it even less probable that they're right.
Well, like from the Islamic point of view, they'll say, oh, it's just a continuation of a long line of Abrahamic religion, you know?
Yeah, they could say that, but then from my point of view, I'd be like, well, why don't I just go to the source then?
But they say the sources have been corrupted over time.
Yeah, but any man can say that. That's nonsense to me. Who's to say that they aren't corrupt when they put it together?
What do you mean?
So, like, for instance, say Tolkien makes Lord of the Rings 1, right, and he never makes 2 or 3, and someone comes along and they sees they see Tolkien's project, that's Lord of the Rings 1, they're like, you know what, I like what you got going on there, but I think you got a message, like, I don't like the message in here, so therefore I'm going to say Tolkien was corrupt when he said this. I'm going to make Lord of the Rings 2, and I'm going to make it uncorrupt, but you're still building your Lord of the Rings 2 off Tolkien's number 1. So your foundation is shaky anyway. All you've done is add your ideological spin on his idea. That's what Islam is to me.
Okay, but like,
But I also understand the history of why Islam was put together. It was actually done as a control system or a political system for the Middle East, because they could have just become Christians or Jews if they wanted to.
in what way was it controlling?
So, as I understand it, the very same year when Islam was formed or finalized, it became a political system. Right? So it wasn't just a religion in the same way Judaism was or Christianity was. It was literally devised as a system to govern the Middle East and to push down on all what was described as pagan gods and systems, and get a unity to basically unify that part of the world. That's what I understand. Could be wrong though.
But like, you've seen like you've heard about the life of the Prophet Muhammad, right?
Yeah, I've heard people say stuff, but again, I don't think any man is a prophet, so I don't give that much credence.
Don't you think what he done is amazing? Like being able to unify the whole of Arabia, and there's 2 billion people.
I think that's politics. I think politicians do that all the time, but then you also have to acknowledge how many people were slaughtered in that process, how many people were enslaved and raped and all those kinds of things. He didn't just wave his hand and everyone was Muslim. Like, there was a lot of suppression of opposition, a lot of war. So he himself apparently was a military man, so he doesn't get props from my point of view for that.
But don't you think being military is a part of human nature?
Sure.
About religion, there'll still be people trying to.
Sure, but then if a man's going to say, "Oh, I'm allowed to do violence on behalf of God," you introduce a whole new element into warfare, which is dangerous.
In what ways is it dangerous?
Because you create like an authoritarian or totalitarian system. You're saying, I am allowed to act in this way because I'm doing it on behalf of God. Therefore, you are lesser than me if you do capitulate to what I'm saying. That is what creates fascism in a sense. All of these kinds of systems, because you're saying you're above your fellow man now because you're doing it because God told you to do it. When your fellow man can't even define if that God exists or if you're telling the truth.
But you think the whole of Islam was spread through the sword?
I think originally, yes. Every religion in that kind of fashion did. But I think specifically Islam did.
I'll tell you, there's many countries that became Muslim through trade. There's not a single Muslim army that ever entered Indonesia, but yet they're the largest population of Muslims on the earth.
That may be true, right? But as I said,
Tanzania, Somalia, I can name another bunch of countries.
I would technically, right, not knowing the full history of the situation, I would object to that based on the fact of how culture works. Yes, things can be shared through trade, but then you also have to consider the large, like 1,300 years, some claim, of Islamic imperialism in Africa's. So that, taken into consideration, is akin to Christian imperialism in Europe. So it's not just a matter of, I've been convinced about your language and your beliefs. It doesn't work that way. You can actually go to a country that speaks a different language to you today and convince them through reason that your God even exists or that they should believe what you're saying. You couldn't even do it today. So it takes a lot of different levels of coercion to get to that level.
But do you not concede that a vast majority of Muslims is the spread of Islam in some countries was not due to military action, but was mostly due to trade and
I can't know. I can't know because I haven't studied it in depth. But I'm giving a critique.
But don't you think even right now the West, right, is doing a form of imperialism in the way that their media, their culture is spread around the world?
Yeah, of course they have. Of course. That's something that we have to actively fight back against. I don't think... Right, so my view, I know this might sound a bit extreme. It's not really extreme because there's good reasons to it. But my view is I don't think anybody of African descent should be following an Abrahamic faith because of how much it departs them from their culture. It's an actual trading in of your identity for an Arab identity. So in the same way, being a Christian is a trading in of your African identity for a Western identity. So from that point of view, yes, you actually have to combat imperialism ideologically. And you can't do that if you jump from one of their systems to another one of their systems to another one of their systems, thinking that you're liberating yourself. Because they're really an expression of the same thing. It's like Cerberus. It's a three-headed dog. you know.
But even right now, Western culture is a form of imperialism, don't you think?
Yeah,
In
that's what I
Africa,
said.
yeah.
There's no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that. How did Christianity end up in Africa? Same way that Islam ended up in Africa. Same way that Judaism ends up in Africa. These things aren't indigenous to Africa or Africans across the diaspora. It's a direct tool of aggression against those traditions, or what they would have been, what their identity would have been.
But are you certain, like, do you actually believe that there's no God afterwards, or are you just unsure?
I think God is a human invention, so as far as God goes, I don't think it's possible for God to exist independently of us. Now, for me to say what might be out there, I can't know. That's an unknown. But if that thing is an unknown, then I don't need to call it God. I discover it when I discover it, you know.
And how do you find morals? Like, how do you define a moral?
So
Do you know?
morals are created by men, right? Morals have existed independent of religion, and they will always, independent of God's also. Right? Moral, by definition, is a system of determining what is good and bad, what is right and wrong. How one determines what is good and bad and right and wrong is a value judgment. So there's a whole field of study called moral philosophy, and in that you get a system called ethics. Ethics gives you different frameworks of how to arrive at judgments on what would be virtuous, what would be vice, right? What would be good character, what would be high moral. The only moral system that religion has ever prescribed to humankind is what's called divine command theory, and it's one of the worst systems in comparison to deontological ethics or utilitarian ethics or ethics of care. You know, there's a bunch of ethic systems that don't require gods in the mix, and they actually perform a lot better than divine command theory. So there's that, right?
But I feel all morals are derived from religion originally.
Say again, sorry. You're very low, bro.
Like, are morals not derived from religion?
No, morals are derived from men. It's what you value and what you disvalue. If humans didn't exist, there would be no morals. Do you know why we don't hold animals morally accountable?
Why?
Because they don't have the same cognitive faculties as us. Okay? So morals don't come from religions. Morals existed independently of religions. In fact, there are moral codes like 42 laws of Ma'at that existed in Egypt before the invention of Judaism, before the invention of Christianity or Islam. Right? But that's one set, and you've got like Code of Hammurabi and stuff like that. But morals are ultimately just that, a system of determining what is good and what is bad. And how one determines what is good and what is bad is based on your values, what you value and what you disvalue. It's a human thing.
Okay, well, how would your perfect world look like? Say if there was no religion, like how would that look like?
I mean, I think the idea of perfect is contentious anyway. I don't think there's any such thing as perfect. So
Not perfect, but like your ideal world. Then
I don't know. I really don't know. I think I can give some ideas to what the world might look like without religion, but I really don't know. There's no way to know for certain. I also don't think it's possible to just remove religion from society. I don't think it's a possibility.
why?
Because it's a part of human history, so it's going to inform where humans are going in the future.
But don't you also think it's part of human nature to be looking for God, to make a religion, no matter what? We always look for God or something bigger than us, or a way to create religion.
Well, I wouldn't say the way to create. So I think of religion as a secondary subject of God, right? So God, I do agree, human minds orientated towards creating gods. But the reasons we created gods were for survival, were for development of cognitive faculties, like thinking and societal organization. But we've already done that in the past. So since we got it locked down pack and we've done it to such a high level, I don't think humans would do it again if we removed it from society. Like kind of like what I was speaking to someone about yesterday. That was a necessary part in our progress. It's like a child going from crawling to walking. Once you've learned how to walk, you can walk. You don't need to learn how to walk again, Well, unless like something bad happens, of course.
Yeah, of course. So you think it's a natural development?
Yeah, I think that's part of why I say humans invented God in the first place, because the ancestral mind has a built-in mechanism that assigns agency to elemental things and celestial things. because of that very thing, which is based around the survival, because we're animals, obviously. That very thing that was based around survival is what gives rise to gods in the first place. But since we understand that, from my point of view, of course, because this is not like I'm saying as a fact. This is one way of looking at the world. Right? Other people have different ways of looking at it. But because we know that that was the development of gods in the first place, it's not necessary for humans at this stage going forward to keep developing gods, because we've got more tools now. We've got better ways of understanding the world and actually
For example,
interacting with
science.
it.
For example, science. That's what we're trying to say. We've got
What
science now.
we've always had science though,
But I mean,
technically.
like better science, like we can explain how things happen better
Yeah,
now than before.
we've got science, we've got philosophy. There's plenty of ways to like think deeply and clearly without the need of gods, right? And to interact with the natural world and understand the natural world without gods. You are quite low though. Your mic is super
Yeah,
low.
but I like. Can you hear me better now?
You might be muffling your mic, or maybe you've got like a phone case or something.
Can you hear me better now?
Not really, but I can hear you. Hey, thanks for the gifts, brothers. I appreciate that.
No, but I was gonna say like, okay, so like, like, how do you orient yourself in the world? Like, how do you, like, do you think there's an afterlife? Do you think there's something that happens after we die?
No, because I can't know.
But you can also not be sure that it doesn't exist.
Well,
Right?
I'd be pleasantly surprised, but think about it like this: why should I take
I'm not
any
saying like in a
man's?
religious framework. I'm not
Yeah,
saying like afterlife in a religious framework, but like something after you die.
yeah. I mean, I can't know because I'm alive. So if any man is reporting to me that there is something after life and he himself has never died, then why should I believe anything he's saying?
Hmm.
Now, if we was going to use it as an organizational tool, then yeah, it makes sense, right? We could use it in a righteous way and we could use it in a nefarious way. For instance, think about the act of warfare. If I could convince a group of men that you go out there and die for us or this cause, right, and when you die, you'll be rewarded, it benefits them in that way to have something to look forward to, so the fear of death is reduced, right? And in another way, I can comfort people and say, hey, don't worry, like your mum's in a better place, like your child's in a better place, right? So there can be nefarious uses and good uses for it, but the reality is this: me and you are both still alive. We don't know if there's anything after we die. There are ways we can try to figure it out, but we can't act as if it's a certainty while we're alive.
Yeah, you only find out when you die. You cannot come back and report to people like this is what happened now. But yeah, man.
I don't even think you.
It can also be
The crazy
manipulated.
thing is, I don't even think you can find out when you die, right? Because I hold a view that death is the cessation of all bodily function. So I don't even think you can find out when you die, which is funny. But who's
That
to
would be
say?
crazy. Imagine all these people that just died for no reason. Like they blew themselves up or something, or they died for like religious cause, like for no reason.
Yeah, like the thing is with it, like it would appear a part of, well, not appear, it seems to be a fact that a part of living entails dying anyway. So just from that point of view, there's kind of nothing to worry about because it's necessary, or at least at this moment in time, until like science figures out immortality, of course. But yeah, like it's like the Avicula who was just like doing a whole spiel about nihilism. You could just be like, oh man, like it's all for nothing, like nothing matters because I gotta die, right? But yeah, you gotta die anyway. So while you're alive, enjoy the experience, appreciate the experience, and then find value in just that. You got to exist. Like out of the billions of things you could have been, or the billions of people you could have been, you got to be you. You know, so that should suffice really.
And facts. And that will make you be more grateful for the time that you have now as well, because there's no afterlife basically.
Yeah.
All you got is now. So you're gonna be more grateful. You're more gonna be like, right, okay, if this is all I got, let me at least make something with my life. Let me at least make something happen. You should anyway, regardless of your religious or, but like, be more appreciative. This is it.
Yeah,
The
but
one shot.
you would hope, like, so yeah, like you would hope that, but you could be well aware that you only get one life and still be dealing with things like depression and not wanting to experience life at its fullest. You could be well aware there's only one and still not, go for the gold. So it doesn't guarantee anything. That's all I'm saying. It's just like, yeah, there's good uses. Sorry, gold.
Sorry. No, but I'll say like your point of view is also a bit deep. It's a bit peak because like imagine all these people that have done so much evil in this world.
Yeah.
There's no divine punishment. There's nothing.
You
to get
see.
away with.
You see the trick now, right? So there's a dude called Nietzsche, or I forget how to pronounce his name, but it's Friedrich Nietzsche, right? And he developed this view about master and slave morality. There's a certain period in history, which is kind of where religion plays the trick on humanity in this kind of way, where there was an inversion of values. So it was thought to be strong and to be domineering became bad, and to be weak and to be meek became good. And what buttresses this inversion of values is that you can sell to the weak and the poor that, don't worry, you'll get comeuppance in the afterlife, and all of the bad people on earth will get punishment later. So that allows them to be comfortable in the position of being weak, and invert the value system that actually dominates society. The reality is that people who are perceived to be strong go out there and they take what they want, and everyone else falls to the wayside. The fact that you think that they're going to get punishment in the afterlife gives you a sort of moral licensing to say, oh no, I don't need to do anything about this because God's going to handle it, or I'll get my riches in the afterlife, so I don't need to attend to my material reality. That's the trick that was played on people in that whole kind of, it's actually a false sense of morality, like a false kind of karmic view, you know. Now, I'm not telling you, like, you know, you need to go out there and take justice into your own hands, but in a violent way, you're not supposed to do that. But in a societal way, in a political way, and even through litigation, you should go out there and seek justice and not wait for some divine entity to, you know, to dish it out, some sort of karmic view.
Yeah, that makes you very passive as well, right? Like you just said, it makes you very passive and weak.
There you go, right? But I'm not saying, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's a license to say, oh, weak people should just be weak and fall to the wayside. No, like, as humans, we've even got fossil records that suggest that humans have always cared for the elderly and the infirmed anyway. So the weak and the disabled, we will care for them anyway. It's just in our nature. So it's not.
Not always. Like sometimes the weak people, the disabled people in the past, like they just left them to die.
Yes, some, yeah. Some, but there's actually evidence. I think it's in the National History Museum in the UK. You can go see it. But there's like actually an evidence of a fossilized guy. I think he was missing a leg and something else. So that means for him to live to that age, that old age, people were caring for him, because he wouldn't have been able to care for himself in that environment. So I'm not saying that you're like. So I'm not saying your station in life is fixed in that kind of way, that you're weak, so, you know, we've got to do like the guy in 300 and just like throw you to the hill, throw you on a pile of bodies, you know.
Yeah, but it's also like evolutionary beneficial, like that people take care of the weak and all that.
Yeah, in a way.
It's not like, it's also self-interest. Imagine something happened to me and like, no one takes care of me, so I want to take care of these people. You know?
There you go, right? There you go. Yeah, I think the view of the afterlife can be quite dangerous, and if like you wanted to do a kind of internal critique, you could say wanting an afterlife and like preaching about an afterlife is akin to greed, because you're saying this life is not enough to satiate you, therefore you want more, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't really imagine living forever, man. Like, I'd be bored as fuck.
I mean, I'd be willing to give it a try though. I can't lie. I'd be willing to give it a try.
But also, do you feel like it's more evolutionary advantageous to be a psychopath?
I mean, it depends on what's meant by psychopath. Right? What does that entail? I think everyone possesses certain levels of. Is it psychopathy or sociopath? There's kind of a difference between the two. But it depends what that entails.
It entails like you don't really have not morals, but like you don't really have these pro-social behaviors. Like you're only interested in yourself. You don't feel as much as other people, you know?
Maybe. I don't think it would be evolutionary. I don't think it would benefit the species in that way. It might benefit individuals, and then through that individual's actions, they might inadvertently benefit others too. But I don't think it would be beneficial for every like individual in society to function as a psychopath. Although one could argue, in a way, we kind of do, anyways. You know?
Yeah. In what way?
Because you've got to think about things like the development of in-group, out-group politic. So like religions, political parties, ideations, where people are like, within this group of people, this ideology is sanctionable, so we can act in outrageous ways when considering other people outside of this group. And then you can also look at it like how are we propagandized to? You know, what kind of media do we ingest? That shapes our views of how we go out into the world. Like, why is xenophobia so high? It's these kinds of things could be considered psychopathic as well. Right? Capitalism, exploitation, that could be considered psychopathic as well. Damage to the ecosystem, damage to your fellow man, exploitation. But yet it's still like a stable point in society currently. So individualistically, no, I don't think everyone could be. It would be beneficial if everyone was a psychopath.
No, definitely not. And we would never work together and we not care about each other. You know what I mean? But I mean, like as an individual, maybe it'd be more beneficial because you're like, I think that really and truly the highest value that humans should have is power. So accumulate as much power and resources as possible.
I mean,
Why?
yeah, but that's still.
Otherwise, you're gonna like. Sorry, what was you gonna say?
No, go on.
No, because like otherwise you're just gonna be poor and meek, and your experience is not gonna be as great. You get me? You wanna maximize your experience here as much as possible.
I agree, but the way you stated
needs to
that
be as
could
close as
also be
possible.
considered psychopathic. Do you know?
It kind of is.
To say you value power and control above everything else could be seen in that same kind of way.
But, like power so that you can make you and like it's so that you power so that you can do good for you and your people, and you can help people. You can help more people. The more resources and power you have, the more you can help people.
Yeah, I'm in agreement in that way, but there's a fine line, right? There's a fine line between getting enough and then going into surplus, and then what accruing the surplus entails to your fellow man. There's a fine line between that. Yeah. Like I was saying earlier on.
But yeah, bro. Like, I'll shout you in. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, man. Stop pretending to be Dr. Umar, bro. It's very nice talking to you as well. I'm not gonna lie. I expected that this person pretending to be Dr. Umar was actually a YT person. With all due respect, right? Because it seemed like the most, like the funniest kind of way to pull it off. So yeah,
No, I'm definitely black, man.
I could tell. I could tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was nice
It was
talking to you
nice
as well.
chatting to you, man.
Hey, what's your real name, bro? Or just a name?
M.
Big up to you, M. Nice to meet you, bro.
Like Morpheus, you get me?
Alright, say less.
Is that your actual name?
Well, yes.
Where did the name Set come from?
My name is longer than that, right? So I don't give out my full name, but it would be Seth.
Of course.
It would be Seth, like the biblical Seth, but the Jewish way. But because parents are West Indian, they don't pronounce the H, so it's Set. You know, they're like the Westerners, they pronounce the TH, so it really does. It's like a Du Boisian kind of experience, you know. Like Seth is the public persona for people who don't know me, but Set is actually who I am. Right? So in real life, if you call me Seth, then you've established in the line in the sand that you're not really a friend. You're just a acquaintance, maybe. You know.
Yeah.
But Set is
But
actually who I am.
What made you start these TikTok lives? Like, what made you interested? Like, trying to spread your point of view, or you're actually looking for someone to convince you of the existence of God?
I think it's a bit of both. I would like to be convinced if there's sound reasons. Like, I think I have the capacity to change my mind. But it's also, for me, about combating dangerous ideology and the impacts that ideology has on, people in general, but more specifically black people, because that's my experience,
Yeah.
So being
I also
informed
noticed, like,
by
you see-
history.
Have you also seen that how these mega churches, like these people like SPAC Nation, for example, and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
They're selling people a dream and they're making as much money as they can, getting donations, and people are just giving their money away.
Yeah, but
It's mad.
that's the extension of what one could argue Christianity, Judaism, and Islam was designed to do anyway. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary in that world, right? So it produces things like prosperity gospel, like hustling and like feigned charity. All of those systems do that because that's a part of the imperialistic expansion anyway. So like SPAC Nation is expected upon Christianity, just like, well, I was going to say something a bit dread, but just like how people conspiracy theorize how Jewish people are embedded with all of these power structures, and people who like conspiracy theorize how Muslim people are embedded with these T organizations. All of those things are expected based on their ideology, what they espouse anyway.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it's just They're gonna do that because how did Christianity arrive in West Africa in that kind of way? What was the image that was presented to them? They
And
just
it was
go
also
into the
used to
extreme.
justify slavery as well. It was used to justify slavery for such a long time,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but it comes on missionaries, on the back of missionaries. So how missionaries do it is they see that you have a need, right? And they come in the guise of charitableness, and they fulfill that need. And while they're fulfilling that need, they embed their ideology in you. So it's a similar type of thing of how Spat Nation might draw people into Spat Nation. They see you have a need, you're financially in some kind of situation. They can show you the fancy stuff, they get you through the door, they embed the ideology, now they send you out as a sort of a member in a pyramid scheme to recruit more people. Islam does it, Judaism does it, Christianity does it. That is imperialism in a nutshell. We're expanding our
But it's not like,
influence.
but like, it's not only through religion as well. Like, say, like for example, like through media and all this sort of thing. Like, the whole world is set up to make black people feel like they're inferior, that they're at the bottom, that they're stupid, that they can't do this and that.
Of
Like, this whole
course.
world's literally set up to brainwash us. Like, even from young, like, you have to decolonize your head from all this inferiority complex and all of that.
Of course.
It's like,
I think this plays
crazy.
I think this plays a big part in it though. Like think about what we touched on about morality and the inversion of values and how that makes you feel like, oh, it's okay to be in this meek position. Or like the guy was saying before with Sisyphus, this is just your station in life and you should accept it kind of thing. Those are the things that allow for the exploitation of black people. And if like for instance, like to paraphrase Kwame Nkrumah via Kwame Ture, right? Unity implies organization. So you can't say that I'm in unity with people that are Christians who aren't the same race as me. I'm in unity with people who are Muslims who aren't the same race as me. I'm in unity with people who are Jews that aren't the same race as me. But we haven't got organization amongst ourselves, you know, because their organization entails the benefit of them and theirs, not you and yours. So you can't truly have unity as a Christian to Christian, being that your black history is informed by the horrors of Christianity, Islam and Judaism. You won't be able to have unity. So you will always be in a position of being exploited. So that's the problem.
100%. 100%. But have you ever had to deal with like being brainwashed, like inferiority complex or anything like that?
Yeah, in some ways, there's like still things I'm working on as an adult, bro. I ain't all there, bro. I ain't all there at all. Of course, there's lots. You got to think as well. The kind of stuff that I say, right, you'll see many of people from different races and walks of life come in and actively try to demean and belittle me as a person and what's being done. Right? So there's an actual, like, you can visually watch it. I've got a folder full of people saying racist stuff to me, you know, just off doing this. So it doesn't stop, you know. But yeah, you know.
And what do you think of Reform winning?
Say again.
If you don't mind me asking, what do you think of Reform winning the local elections?
I think it's just an expression of reactionary politics, and it's gonna die out. It's right. So
You don't see it as a trend. You see it as a temporary thing. You don't see it as like a trend going towards a certain way.
No, they can't sustain themselves because their whole thing is built on reactionary politics. Like people yearning for traditional views, which it ignites their nationalism, their racism, their xenophobia, and all these kinds of things. These things aren't sustainable platforms to actually run a country. If we've looked at any like fascist regimes of the past, they always fail. So it can't
burn out.
exactly right. They always fail. So if the people haven't realized that by now, they're just, you know, it's just the cycle repeats. But if they go and start looking into these things, then you know they have a better chance of not being misled in this way. But it's expected.
It's so easy to misinform people and to make them react and to make them all angry and blame immigrants and that sort of thing. It's like so easy.
Yeah.
These people just doing it to gain power. Like they just want power. When they get the power, and they work on their own business interests.
Well, yeah, like, and the thing is, because of that identity politic that's built into it, which is ironic, because a lot of people who would consider themselves right-leaning or far-right are apparently anti-woke and anti-identity politic, but the reality is, being anti-identity politic is an identity politic, right? So they can't actually get out of their own their own way, essentially, because they're going to be like, oh yeah, we don't want immigrants, we don't want all of this happening, but we'll then turn a blind eye to being exploited by mega capitalist institutions. Who is funding our parent, like Farage and that? What is the history of these people? They turn a blind eye to that as common middle class or lower working class people, not realizing that class struggle supersedes their xenophobia, supersedes their racism. Because if once all the black people leave, once all the brown people leave, you're still going to be faced with the same problem.
You're still going to be poor. You're still going to be working.
Exactly. You're going to be ushered right back into feudalism, right back into slavery, essentially, by the same people you voted for.
Literally, and they don't even realize we have more in common than we have apart. And these elites are trying to divide us so that they can keep their power. They're trying to make us fight amongst each other, or they make as much money as possible. Literally.
Of course, but yeah, like I try not to talk too deeply about UK politics because myself, I can't even claim to be fully informed on it. So.
No, but you're very well informed in anthropology and religion, so well, not every religion, but anthropology.
Yeah. I can't say I'm well informed in anthropology either. I just know little bits. I'm a normal guy at the end of the day, I'm a normal worker. I have some views. That's all I could say. To say I'm well informed about anything would be incorrect.
No, but I'm saying you can tell you've done a good amount of studying, and that you have a good vocabulary, you have good understanding on things, and you know how to explain things well. Yeah, so you've done some studying, right?
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, but it's nice to talk to you. I gotta go.
All
Maybe
right.
we'll talk another time, man.
Take care, Ems, man. Stop spreading bad Pan-Africanist propaganda on the internet.
I bet that's a joke, man. But yeah, man.
Yeah. Take it easy, bro. All right. What's up, T-Trope? My controller's charging. If you're wondering why I'm not moving.
Good morning, Sat.
How you doing, T?
I'm okay. I have some questions.
Sure.
I'm interested in your thoughts. If humans were not invented by God, who invented humans?
I think that's an interesting question, and I don't think we should think of it as a who, because it's kind of like, I don't know if the right way to put it would be like making an equivocation. Right? But yeah, there are natural explanations for how humans come about, if that's what you're asking.
What are your thoughts on that?
So
how did humans come about?
I think again, I'm not saying I know this to be 100% certain, but I think I'll say it like this: if I had to pick between the scientific explanatory power of today versus a creationist story of the past, I would take the current explanatory power. And that current explanatory power entails a bunch of different fields in science that allows us to have this nice, neat story. Like it'll go from Big Bang to early Earth to speciation to evolution, that kind of nice, neat story. That entails a lot of man hours of study on each and every one of those subjects. So I think based on that, I could say humans come around naturally like every other life form, and there's not a who behind humans.
That would be, or there would be a requirement for something to have existed prior to humans in that creation, right? So how did that something get here?
What do you mean by that?
So Earth was here presumptively before humans.
Yeah.
How would Earth have gotten here?
So yeah, I kind of gave that example. Like, so if you was to follow the trail from, let's say, a model of the Big Bang, let's just say the singularity model of the Big Bang gives us the conditions for our solar system to form and early Earth to form. So that's how it would have got here.
There's let's just call that a formula. There's a formula to that this plus this equals that. So how did the variables get here?
And what's meant by the variables?
The fill in the blank, that this plus that equals Earth.
Oh,
or this plus that equals
expansion of matter.
So
expansion of matter, right, meets gravity. Gravity pulls space dust together, forms early Earth.
How did the matter get here?
I don't know that answer. As a
layman, it always goes back to an origin.
As a layman,
something
I couldn't say.
Okay. So my two questions were one, the origin of said creation, said earth, said humans, and then the aftermath. So, what are your beliefs on what happens once humans die?
I can't know because I'm alive. But I think there's something important we should touch on that first point, right? The fact that you're calling things a
Mhm.
creation is what's considered question begging. By saying things are a creation, you're saying that there is a creator. We don't have evidence for that. Now, that's a belief system you can have, that there's a creator. But you can't just call things a creation in that kind of question begging way.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
So we can replace it with the word. The gist of it is that something, let's just say that thing is matter, was here before. So how did it get here?
Yeah, that is a great question, and that's not one that I'm equipped to answer.
Yeah. Okay. And you don't have any beliefs or anything about the, death itself?
Well, again, from like a natural point of view, we understand death to be the cessation of all bodily functions. So if I was to hold to a materialist view, meaning like my consciousness and my mind are products of my body, then nothing would happen after death because everything would cease to function. But like I said, I'm alive, so I can't tell you what happens when I die. I'm not dead yet.
Yeah, I understand and I believe that as well. Okay. Well, thank you.
No worries. Thanks for coming up.
Mhm.
I did accept someone's request, but they dropped down. Oh, there you go. How you doing, fella? Can't pronounce your first name.
Hey, what's up, bud?
How you doing?
All right. I have a question. Okay, so because I'm pretty open-minded to everything, like I take everything with a grain of salt, and I kind of like do my own research, and then maybe, I mean, aside from other things, and then I get my own kind of conclusion from it, So so you're saying that we invented God, right?
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you kind of go with Darwin's theory that we're just here by just random chaos and just.
I don't think that's Darwin's theory.
Huh?
I don't think that's Darwin's theory.
Or well, whoever's theory, just the randomness.
Yeah, the randomness isn't really involved in it though. That's the thing. Well, you could say some elements of evolution are random, like the mutation, but it's not entirely random.
Okay, so then you do believe that they're okay, because like the human body, the anatomy and everything, or just the eyeball, the way that the every single thread of neuron, whatever the fuck the eye is made out of, right? Every single thread I forgot what the fuck the dude. What I have to go look at that because I'm not too familiar on I don't know nothing about eyes, but he's a surgeon, right? And he said he started looking at the eyeball. And he said if either one of these things don't line up right, that's the person's vision just completely gone. It all has to be perfect.
No,
And
so
just
I'd say like you're saying a lot of things, but all you're really saying is to you this thing seems amazing. That's all you're really saying, which is fair, right? But there's an explanation to what eyes are, how eyes form naturally, and there's actually a history of evolution of eyes in different species.
oh yeah. I was diving into that too. It's crazy. Yeah, that is crazy.
And
Okay,
the irony is to like say it works in some perfect system is funny when like you're I forget what's called there's a system I forget what it's called. So you know when you get flu and your body like fights back, what's that system called again?
Oh, the immune system?
Your immune system. Thank you, bro. I'm not taking over today.
Gotcha. No,
right. So yeah, your immune system can actually reject your eyeballs, which is insane. Right?
That is pretty. Okay, well, I was but we all. It's like I think it's all by design, though. No, Like we were, it was.
I
This
don't
is
think
like
so.
designed kind of. You don't.
No, I
Okay,
think
kind of like a shoe. We
design is a
we
human point of view.
true, but okay, purpose then. Just like everything on us kind of has a purpose,
That's
like,
also a human point of view.
but it's also fact though. It does serve a purpose.
Yeah, to you, if it's meaningful to you. If something's not meaningful to you, then it serves no purpose to you.
No, not even meaningful. Just like eyelashes.
Yeah.
What are they for there? What are they there for?
Yeah, to like stop water getting in your eyes, probably, like your eyebrows.
Exactly,
Right?
no.
But that means they're meaningful. So you're spotting a connection in it that makes it meaningful.
True,
but in
very
terms of
true, very
in
very
terms
true,
of you
very
calling it a design, I can hear
true.
my mic in your mic for some reason. But
Oh,
anyways, right?
shit, sorry.
No worries. But yeah, the very reason you're calling things a design is because you're referencing humans designing things. You don't actually have any other frame of reference for design or creation other than a human's experience of it. So that right there is like the anthropocentric point of view in the first place.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah. Yes, it does. Because I agree with you on the that humans created the current image of God. You know, the one that we have right now. But I do believe that there is a greater power, and I'm pretty sure, I'm certain that there's other beings that exist within the many realms, you know.
What are many realms?
You can, from dimensions to constellation. I mean, you know, just the different realms that
So
there
you're saying
is.
there are aliens in space? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Because if we're here by just random, if we're here, what's to say that they aren't as well? You know.
Yeah, I think there's high probability that there's life in space. There's very high
Most
probability.
definitely, and if there is life in space, well, I have a problem with the current space theory, though. You know, I don't say that it's flat, and I don't quite say it's a globe either, because both have contradictions. You know,
Well, I don't really get into all of that. Yeah, I think that's a waste of time.
my best, that my best take on it, though, I would say, is Nikola Tesla's, how he says it's neither. It's a realm, you know.
It's poetic.
Okay, right. Because how else to explain it though? Like if it's okay, if we were just a rock, just hurtling through space, I don't know, so many miles per hour, right? The speed of light, right? Just hurtling, right? And then all these, how is it that every single star lines up perfectly every year? Wouldn't it be different?
No, not necessarily. But yeah, I'm not like an astrophysicist. I don't really know in depth why things do the things they do. But I think there are people who do know those things, so they're not really mysteries like that to humans.
But at the same time, they still are, though.
Not necessarily.
It's like or for instance, our ocean. How is it that we know more about space than our own oceans?
Oh yeah, I've heard people say that. I think.
How is, you know what I mean?
I think it's
funny
because it's a lot easier to look up with technology than producing technology to go under like immense amounts of pressure.
Wait, but then we go, instead of putting someone saying, "Hey, just go down there and swim," we built freaking space shuttles and NASA
but
and
there's
this and that
context. There's context
put
to
them on the moon.
There's context to the space race, which is the Cold War. So
yes.
Space race was
I
essentially an
understand that.
arms race. So there's context to that versus what's the competition to be going deeper into the sea.
Yeah.
If someone devises,
we were.
if someone devises some motivations to be going deeper into the sea, I'm pretty sure our governments will be there, just like that.
Right, but supposedly they stopped exploring. It's like maybe they found all they could find, or maybe, which we know that's not true because we're popping up with new shit every day, you know. But
Yeah, maybe.
I just trip out because like a lot of the things that I'm seeing now, I've never seen them before. Not growing up, no science has never
Well, it's
like
new
in class.
information all the time, isn't it? And there's also like untold amount of things that we as individuals aren't aware of.
Absolutely,
So
absolutely.
it's not to say that it doesn't
Imagine,
exist. It's just that we just don't know it.
imagine if we would have had the Alexandria Library, just like how much, how much knowledge was in that. I just
I don't know.
I just trip out. I just trip out because I feel like we're a we're a breakaway civilization, and we're just trying to find our way back to something.
Wait, who's we? I'm joking. I'm
The
joking.
human race,
I'm
the
joking.
human race, period. You know, I mean, the chicken or the egg, which came first,
The egg came from something that wasn't a chicken.
right? That's exactly. So then, the same concept. I guess the concept kind of the same thing with us, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what do you? Okay. Do you what creation story do you mostly align with?
None.
None. Well, you have to align with at least one of them.
So when you say creation story, what do you mean?
Of like how the chicken or the egg, how we came about.
Oh, like I said to the lady that called up before, if I had to pick between the creationist story, you know, like some supernatural entity just like felt like creating everything and did that, versus what we study about the natural universe, I'll take what we study about the natural universe, even if we're not 100% right on it, and even if it will update in the future. Because the creation story seems to be fixed, and it's quite limited in what it can explain.
No,
Whereas
most
science doesn't seem to be that way.
But not really, because there's certain things that are rewriting. Like for instance, there's certain things that are supposed to be rewriting freaking. Like Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard is on some pretty good Yeah, have you heard about Terrence Howard?
Yeah, I love his films.
Me too. Me too.
He's always the bad guy for some reason.
This dude, more than is just an actor, this guy, he is the reason why we have VR.
No, all right. So let's not go down that road, Joe. But let's. If you want to talk about the main topic, let's do that.
Oh yeah, all right. So yeah. So why? I
Brother, you're crunching the mic.
I feel. Oh my bad. Oh yeah. You could hear. My bad. I had a napkin. I have
all kinds of napkins. Never mind. Never mind.
What kind of napkin was that? All right. I just I was just curious because there's just so much stuff out there that I like to get everybody's view on it, you know, because I mean we all, even though we might be in the same picture, all of us have different views. So I mean
I agree. But what if I could lend like one piece of advice? It sounds like you lean towards what people say like spiritual or not religious kind of thing. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, because to me there's a difference between being spiritual and being religious.
Right.
You know,
and
I feel like there's a big difference.
But that shows in the type of way you speak, right? Meaning, based on my interactions, I find people who subscribe to spirituality to be quite wayward in terms of how they think. They don't think in like cohesive lines. If that makes sense.
Yeah, they kind of just let everything fill in the blanks, right?
Yeah, they jump around from subject to subject to subject, and it's never like, all right, so what is the substantial connection between this thing to that thing? It just, to them, it all appears connected, but to the people they're speaking to, it just seems just jumbled up. It's jumbled information.
Yeah, but no, yeah, I understand, but all right, so that it just goes to. So not even the Sumerians. You don't even think the Sumerians had like any type of truth to none of their text or nothing.
Well, I think
like
they were,
or the Egyptians, like
significant.
ancient civilizations. Like,
yeah, I think they're significant moments in human history, right, and offering to like human futures, right? But one could just say, look, they had a limited understanding of the world at their time, as we do. We just so happen to know more than they did then. So we don't need to necessarily take everything they say as a truth. We take the good parts and we leave the bad parts, you know?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Man? I just tripped about this, man. Because is it like we're going? Is it like going forward in time, but actually somehow moving towards the past? And it just there's supposedly that
I'm not
there's
sure what you mean by
aliens,
that.
right? Okay, supposedly there's aliens out there that are like 50,000, 100,000, us, versions of us, humans, but hundreds of thousands of years into the future, right?
Possibly,
And
but
and
probably no.
that, but then again, what if though? You know, that's the question. I don't think that we're just here
The what if is
random
fun. Don't
chaos,
get me wrong. The what if is definitely
ra-
fun.
random chaosness. You know, it, I find that hard to believe. You know, but then again, it could be so, and we really are just here, just fucking stuck here, and just trying to make the best of fucking. But why all the lying from the elites? Why, like, why, you know, like, why all the lies? Why all the fibs? If it was so concrete and true, why the mystery behind it? Like, you know,
Well,
it's our
I
governments
think
lie to us about
humans
everything.
gravitate towards mysticism and mysteries in the first place because it's exactly that. It's an unknown. But I think also humans have a tendency to mystify things that are quite simple and easy to understand as well.
No, yeah, most
So they
definitely,
don't like
most definitely.
like one could argue like religions and spirituality is designed to obfuscate and not to give clarity in the first place. So it can leave you
Yeah.
to dwell in this like state of pondering things that aren't really that deep. Do you
So
know?
when we die, also when I was curious, when we die, what do you think happens? Also, I wanted to ask
I
you
mean,
about that.
100 people have asked me that, and it's going to be the same answer. I don't know. I'm alive. I don't know.
Oh, I know, but what do you think? What would you
I don't. Hey, I don't
what's
know.
your just shoot in the dark, just aim in the
Right.
dark,
So
aim.
if what I understand death to be is the cessation of all bodily functions, then I'm not going to be able to
Deceased,
know.
yeah. But what you know about science already, and you know that energy can never be
Yeah.
created
Yeah.
nor destroyed or
So yeah,
whatever, you
my
know.
body, my
So
body will become other things, right? It might become plant food. Someone might cremate me, like throw my dust somewhere interesting. Who knows? But yeah, the matter that makes me what I am, it will just transform into something else, or something will consume it in order to build and grow. But in terms of like
that's
the
that.
consciousness that I call myself, I can't know what happens to that. But if I just hold to a materialist view, then the consciousness that is me just ceases, it just stops. It's as if I was never born in the same way.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
But I don't know,
I
right? That's the honest answer. I don't know because I'm alive.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I just trip, man. I just trip about all this stuff. I love talking about this, and I love just hearing about everybody's like experiences and their own takes. So I was just curious, man. I just wanted to hop on your live with you and just shoot the shit back.
I appreciate you.
Sorry if I got off topic a little bit. It's just I
Yeah,
had a
it's
lot of
fine.
questions, but then I forgot them all when I
Yeah, it's
got
fine.
on.
It's Sunday anyways, like, but I'm
You
having
know,
quite an
I'm
off day
sorry, man.
myself, so it's
Fuck,
totally
dude. I
fine.
fucking some of the best ones too. I fucking didn't even ask that. But when I
Well,
see you again,
ask it. No, just
I'm
ask it
gonna.
now. We'll just talk
Okay.
about it quickly.
All right. All right. For instance, like for instance, when we're standing outside in the sun, right? I was tripping about this the other day. When we're standing up outside in the sun, right? Our body, our three-dimensional physical body, right, is casting a shadow, right? A two-dimensional shadow. Saying that shadow has no idea that it even exists because it's a shadow being casted from a three-dimensional being. You know, the shadow is just in the shadow world doing its shadow
I
things,
mean,
right?
that's giving a lot of credence to the shadow, like acting as if
Yeah,
it's
yeah, right.
some
But
alive
okay,
thing as well. I mean,
here we go
metaphorically, it's
though. Here
kind
we
of
go.
interesting, but
Listen to this though.
go
This
on.
is where it's gonna bounce. This is where it's gonna go. All right. So the shadow is living in its own little shadow world, right? But the whole reason why it's there is because this three-dimensional being physical, right? Which is it's in his world doing his thing. Could it be that we ourselves, the three-dimensional beings, are the shadows of some fourth-dimensional being?
All right. So in terms of possibilities, perhaps, right? But do I think it's probable or even likely? No. because you got to think all a shadow really is. Like I said, it's interesting metaphorically, but all a shadow really is just light not being able to pass through an object. That's all it really is.
Okay,
So,
but on the terms of dimension, though.
yeah, so like I again not really well educated about this, but in terms of mathematics, I know higher dimensions are possible. But being the case that they are possible, they wouldn't be accessible to us, considering we're constrained to this, one might call 3D. So
Right. So then we wouldn't know, just like the shadow wouldn't know that.
no, there's like an interesting I can't remember what it was, but I think it was like maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson or someone like that did a video where it's like if there was a fourth dimensional creature or some kind of creature like that, how it would interact with our world. So you can actually go listen to like more educated people talk about that.
What was his name?
Neil deGrasse Tyson's like just like a science guy. There's other people as well. Just
Yeah,
go on
Neil
YouTube
deGrasse,
and just type in
Degrassi.
four-dimensional creatures, and then you learn about tesseracts and stuff like that.
No, yeah, that's it was okay,
Not like pseudoscience kind of way. I mean like from actual scientists.
Yeah,
and, like,
from
mathematicians. Not
No,
like
yeah,
just, like,
no, for sure.
Angel numbers type of frequency shit. None
Yeah,
of that.
no,
I mean like
no.
actual science
No,
educators and communicators.
Like no, for sure, absolutely. That's it. I was just tripping. I was just tripping the other day, dude. Just tripping and just thinking about that, and also I was here. Let me just share this with Google Earth, right? I was on Google Earth and I was just pushing the blue little dots. You know that, right? On Google Earth.
Yeah.
All right, and somehow I don't know, but those blue dots, like if you push a random dot in the middle of the ocean, it's gonna take you to this convenience store, and it's gonna be like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Nah, I've not seen it.
Oh my God, dude! It takes you to like the Matrix type of convenience store, like
Yo, that place
endless,
better get crazy business from that.
bro.
It's like free promo.
Dude, like the back rooms, bro. And somehow I ended up in the back rooms, right? And I'm trip out, dude. I swear to God on everything I love. Somehow I ended up in the back rooms, right? Where it looks like you're in an empty fucking endless mall, right? And
Back
so I'm
rooms are
like,
funny,
what
man.
Yeah, I'm like, no way. How did I? And so I start panning around, and right in front of me, as I turn around, there's this this thing standing in front of me, and it's like in a suit, like in
On Google Earth itself?
on Google Earth, the real Google, just the regular Apple, the regular app Google Earth, and this thing was standing right in front of me, like in a nuclear suit, right? I'll never forget it. It's a yellow nuclear suit, right? And the
Profile
face
Monsters,
area
Inc.
black. Exactly.
Oh
But
my
the
gosh.
thing that stood out,
That's
the
funny.
thing that stood out to me though, the reason why I asked that shadow question was because on the wall it had a picture of it didn't have no pictures in the whole thing. It just had one thing on the wall which looked like a picture, and it was depicting like a sunny plain, like a grassy plain, right? The blue, all you see is the blue sky, the grass, a little bit of hill, like a little hilly, right? And then a shadow just emerging from the top right. And so I was like, that's where that concept of are we the shadows of the fourth? You know what I mean? Like that's where that idea came in. And I was just like, I just trip out on that. I wanted to hear your take on that, on the.
I mean, there's a lot going on there. To be fair, which part do you want me to actually speak about?
No, well, I just no, you already covered it. Basically, I was just kind of like I was just kind of just sharing that with you, but you already said that well, science, you know, that you're gonna, even if we don't know about it, you're gonna always pick science rather than what we could see and what we can measure and what data, you know. And that's perfectly that's normal, that's natural, right? But I feel like science and religion, or not religion, but science and real true spirituality could be is like one and the same, because I believe that there's a balance, a certain central, like, okay, for instance, the north, east, south, and west, right? What do all those polarities have in common?
Their coordinates, maybe.
They all intersect in the middle.
Okay.
Right? They all intersect in the middle. right? So that balance, I believe that the universe comes with a certain, like a fundamental balance that just like a,
But what if
it's,
it's not though? What if it's actually pure chaos and just human minds try to make sense of it into these nice neat boxes?
that that that'd be scary, because a lot of the times that I've because I don't know how you feel about astral projection and stuff like that, but little did I know I used to astral project a lot when I was a kid, right? So later on in life, I would tell myself, I started looking up a bunch of stuff about astral projection and doing like deep diving, and so I was constantly telling myself, I'm going to have a lucid dream today. I'm going to astral project lucid constantly, you know, into my subconscious
Is a
before
lucid
taking
dream the
naps.
same thing as an astral projection though?
Yes.
Are you
That's
sure?
what they call it. Yeah, that's what they call it, lucid dreaming. But
Everyone can lucid dream.
everyone can lucid dream, exactly. Astral projection is, that's what lucid dreaming is in terms of like the best way to like categorize it, you know. But it's totally different from a dream, because you are most certainly conscious. And this is the crazy part about that, is that at the same time that you are asking the question, this is why I say the balance. At the same time that you are asking yourself the question internally and consciously, you are simultaneously receiving the answer. It's so weird. I don't know how to explain it, but at the same time that you are asking the question, simultaneously you get the answer. It's really weird. It's really weird, but when I was in that little realm, right? That little realm of existence, wherever the fuck I was, whether I was in my head or really somewhere else, and watching myself sleep, you know? Just the physics of how I got pulled back into my body. It's like I did everything in reverse. The same way I got up, right?
But one could argue
And
you were just dreaming though.
True, but except, see, my baby mama at the time, that's what she was saying,
Baby
right? That I was just
mama.
dreaming, right? Until I started telling her what she was doing while I was sleeping, like the same way that she leaned over and then tapped me, and then interacted with me, and then tapped me, and
So
I'm yelling at her.
Not to take away from what you're saying, right? But the problem is how the human mind works. It works in patterns, and if those things happen regularly, you can already assume that those things will happen again. You've got like a predictive power there through dreams. See,
no, that's the thing. They didn't. When I was a child, they would happen subconsciously, but I would be flying. Nothing like that. This time, when I was older, I actually got up, and it felt like the first time that I have ever got up from bed. It felt like I was on bed rest my whole life. And it felt like I just barely tried to stand up, and I had the spine of a freaking baby, you know? Like it literally was so hard to walk. It was like my first time ever walking. And I was picturing like, okay, those might be my brain, I guess, brain muscle, you know what I mean? Like thought power, not actual physical power. But my thought power might be fucking really like weak, right? And so my baby mama, right, when she was tapping me and stuff like that, speaking to me, she appeared drunk and in a daze. And a lot of people say that that's how people that aren't projecting or astral projecting appear. They appear in a day, drunk almost. You know, and that's exactly how she appeared, like half awake.
How would you know that's what's actually taking place?
Because of all the personal personal experiences, and none of these people have to hear each other talk. They're just talking about from their own experience, and from their own experience, you see the pattern, the similarities in all of theirs, without them having to communicate with one another, right? So I do feel like there's more to it than we think, right? I do feel like someone's at the end of it. Hopefully it's not the bad guys.
Let's say for the sake of argument, yeah, that humans do have some kind of telepathic element to us where we can connect to each other. Does that necessarily mean that there's something going on beyond that? Like saying that there's like a god running the scheme that's allowing for that?
What do you mean that the God is allowing that he's allowing that to
So
happen, or
like,
is that
could it be possible that humans just have a telepathic element to us, right? Like it's just a natural ability that we
a
possess,
natural? Yeah,
and there's
absolutely.
still
I feel
and
that.
there's still not be any supernatural element to that thing, like
Yep,
like a
yep.
god running the
I
scene.
Yep, I feel like that's us naturally, but then of course over the years people have put their take on it, and then you know what I mean, then kind of becomes like formal indoctrination, like so the path that we got led down, and a lot of people rewriting the books, right? But I do feel like meditation and breath work, right? And all that, I believe that you could somehow tap into the infinite areas of vast consciousness that there is, you know. It's and that's natural. That's not because God, not because, well, I guess you could say that a God put that into us in our gene, right? So that one day maybe we might use it, you know.
I mean, it's a lot of assumptions.
No, yeah. I'm just kind of like, because you said a God allowing that to happen. Like, if you think that there's one behind the scenes doing that type of stuff, and
Yeah, because someone could
I
say,
believe that he put it in our code.
like, in evolutionary speaking, that might just be where humans are heading anyway, to being able to communicate telepathically. That could just be what all life forms are heading towards anyway, without there being a guy behind it, a who.
Yeah.
Do you know? I'm not saying that is the case, but you know.
No, I kind of firmly believe that we have to save ourselves. You know, I don't think that anyone's gonna come from the sky this time. Like, I don't believe that
I don't think anyone came from the sky the first time.
Yeah, I don't think a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man is gonna come down though. Like the same picture
I don't
that
think
they've
a
been feeding
Syrian,
us.
like Palestinian man is gonna come down either. It doesn't matter how you paint him. I don't think he's coming, mate. I don't think he even came. To be fair with you, but hey, shit.
It's gonna be Jackie Chan that comes down, bro. I'm telling you.
And the meta, he never came either. So there's that. But yeah.
Oh shit, man! No, it was good. It was fun talking to you, man. It was. Thank you for accepting the request, man, and thank you for allowing me to just chop it up with you, man, and shoot the shit back to you, and I appreciate you for shooting shit back and forth to you. You know, back and forth with each other. You know, well, basically just conversing. You know.
No, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's my way of saying conversing. You know, shoot the shit back and forth.
I've heard shoot the shit part, but I've just never heard the extra bit on the end of it. I've heard the shoot the shit
You're
part.
making me really reanalyze my whole life right now. I need a. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
spend some time with the mirror. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, I was playing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you as well.
I appreciate you, and thank you again, bud.
No, take care.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Anyone else want to come up and talk about the subject? I'm going to take a little break from the... we're not even supposed to be fighting Millennial. We're actually supposed to be in a DLC, but due to the conversation, it's just like... just gravitated towards doing what we know how to do. But yes, feel free to come up and we'll talk about the main subject, and then I'll actually probably go back and do the DLC if no one's coming up. Bang. Hello.
Hey, so
Good, bro. How are you?
doing good. So, you know, first of all, I'm over 18,
Okay.
and
That's good to know.
I was gonna say, you know, there's been experiments done by, you know, psychologists and statisticians where they
What was that second one you said?
Psychologists, statisticians.
Oh, statisticians. Okay.
Yeah, and so basically they would show a jar of jelly beans and then ask people how many jelly beans there are.
Oh, that's like
Make
the
your best
consensus
guess.
thing, right? It's like wisdom of the
Yeah,
crowd.
so yeah, okay, you know about this. So I think the fact that there's so many cultures out there and so many civilizations throughout history, he's pointed to that there is some type of spiritual reality out there. Points to the fact that that's kind of good evidence in itself.
I would disagree, but I can see why you might think that.
Right. So I think I think also if you want something that's a little bit more harder evidence, I think is if you study astrology. This is something. Astrology is kind of like something that is like in the boundary between human psychology and science, because it's based on the locations of the planets.
I mean, a lot of people would say astrology is just like pseudoscience. It is just literally like mentalism dressed up in scientific clothes.
Sure, I agree. That's what I thought too. But like I said, this is something that you could buy, get your own birth chart done.
Yeah,
Get your
I
whole
know people
family's
that are
birth
into that
charts
shit.
done.
I don't think I'd be able to
And
do that
then-
anyway, so I don't know the details.
Right, but if you
Yeah.
did that, you would definitely see there is some type of statistical correlation.
Or I could just give you completely fabricated details and you can make assertions based on that information, like as a
Well,
science
like I said,
experiment.
the astrology, the books, the subject matter itself is right there for anyone to pick up. Right, it's
Yeah.
not like
I'm
you
aware.
have to
I'm
go
aware of the
large.
culture of it. I'm aware of it.
Right.
I think I
So-
maybe even have a book somewhere about it. Yeah.
Right. So, but like I said, I think, we can argue until we're blue in the face whether it's true or not. I'm just saying that I'm just giving you concrete steps that people could do to see if it's a factual thing or not. And once
But that's
could
what's
do
in
that-
question, though. You can't say it's a concrete piece of evidence if we're establishing actually it's not hard science anyway.
Okay, sure, but that I could say that about anything.
No, not really.
Why?
Because if you're going to
Why?
point to something and say this is a concrete piece of evidence, right? You're pointing to
No,
it.
like I said,
Go on.
you have to do your own work and look into it, right? So, I mean, I can say I believe in Antarctica, but if someone asserts that Antarctica doesn't exist, like I could show them pictures of photographs and
Yeah.
historical documents, they could just deny the evidence, right?
Yeah,
There's
but you're
nothing I
talking
can
about
do
that's
to-
a reality. That's very different to
No, it's not.
metaphysical
Here's the thing.
Conversations. Quite different indeed. It's like a natural
Like I
world.
said, again, there's nothing I could do to convince someone that Antarctica exists, no matter what. They could
Could take them there.
they could say, "Hey, this is fake. This is just the art."
Yeah, but yeah, that's just ignorance though. But you would have done your
No,
best.
okay, but like
You'd
I
have
said-
done the best you could have done. Though.
Like I said, there's nothing you can do.
Or delusion.
So,
yeah.
but like I said, if you were to, like I said, investigate it on your own and come to the conclusion that it is a real thing, that there's some type of correlation between the stars and earthly events, and then I think even like the question of causality kind of comes into play. I mean, I believe in causality, but like I said, it would really mess with your mind, and I think in some way you would also kind of come to the conclusion that there is some type of divine order in this universe, So
I mean, yeah, I've gone through those kinds of conversations with people before. I don't take those things to be a matter of fact. They always boil down to people's beliefs and how they subjectively view the world, and they don't tend to be able to support reasons why anyone else should think that. Do you know?
well, like I said, if you're walking down the beach and you see a watch,
Mhm.
there's no proof that it was made by man, but most
yeah.
people are going to assume
There is, though.
that it's made by man.
There's context for that, and that's see what you're putting at is something very like, I don't know if the right way to put it is fallacious, but it's something very common, and it's called a habit of thought. You can so I'll explain it like this. Why the watch?
No, it doesn't matter what your argument on this is, because
Yeah,
here's the
it
thing.
does matter.
A
Listen,
watch-
listen, brother.
a
I listen
watch
to you, so you should
can
listen to
be
me.
made naturally. It is
Listen,
theoretically
brother.
possible.
Listen, though, right? So, the watchmaker's analogy is something that a lot of people use when trying to describe the universe or human life, okay? The reason why the watchmaker's analogy doesn't work for the universe or human life is this, right? For a watch, we have background information on what it is, how it functions, and how it comes about. So that background information allows us to make presuppositions. So we can presuppose that humans exist. We can presuppose that materials exist. We can presuppose that humans can organize materials in such a fashion that produces a watch. right? Therefore, we can say actually watches aren't produced naturally. They don't grow on trees. They don't come out of the sand. They don't come out of the water. So it's not part of the environment. Therefore, the watch is likely designed. You can't do the same thing with the universe, because you can't presuppose a god. You can't presuppose the mechanisms in which a god would use to make the universe. And you don't really understand the materials in which the universe functions from. Right? So the watchmaker's analogy doesn't work for the universe. It works for inanimate objects.
Like I said, if you studied astrology, the astrology is the watch. I mean, if you studied it, you would come to the conclusion that
Well, yeah, any man-made thing could be
here,
the watch.
let me finish, dude. Let me finish. I let you finish. So, if you came to the conclusion that it is a real thing and you saw how the mechanism of how it works, there would be almost like almost no I wouldn't say no contest, but you know, it's a stronger evidence that there is some type of divine order out there. So, I mean, a lot of astrologists, you know, start off as atheists and then they study it, they practice it, and then they come to the realization that, you know what, there must be some type of God. You know, they don't believe in a Christian God or anything, but they do believe that there's some type. I mean, but there are some astrologers I do agree.
So I would say
don't believe in God. Yeah,
I would say that speaks to the fact that humans are pattern recognizing machines. So we look for patterns. But us being able to spot patterns doesn't mean things are designed intentionally.
Like I said, you have to study that science. I mean, I'm not like a professional astrologer, but just from what I've looked into it, you know, I mean, I believed in God before I even believed in astrology. I never even believed in astrology first, because
well, that's very likely,
it was just confirmation bias. But if you really study it, you know, I mean, think about it. Here's the thing. You know, if you look at Isaac Newton, if you look at Robert Fludd, if you look at Robert Boyle,
I'm not sure who these people are.
These are all physicists, chemists, you know, and astrophysicists, you know, like giants of history. You know, these are not feeble-minded people. Yeah. And yet they all believed in astrology.
That makes no difference. That's a claim that you're making, which I can't confirm, but it would make no difference to what they've offered to history. We don't go to Einstein for, you know, talks on religion. We don't go to Einstein for, you know, or we don't go to Tesla for talks on politics. Right? We go to them for what they're good at. So what they personally believe means nothing to what they offer to the world.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
It's not like
they studied astrology.
This is a claim you're making. I don't know if it's true. It's a claim you're making.
Okay, but like I said, you know, go to ChatGPT. You can ask. It's not like a difficult thing, right?
I don't think it's relevant.
Google, research. You could ask.
I don't think it's relevant. So like Einstein, what was he known for? Like physics and maths, right? That's what he offered significantly. And you said the other guys were physicists as well, so that's what they offered primarily.
But would you agree that Einstein is not a feeble-minded person? Like,
like I said,
if he studies real estate,
that's like a false appeal to authority.
He would become a pretty good knowledgeable about real estate.
No, because Einstein was actually quite shitty in the real world. He also married his cousin. Does that mean he understands human relations? No. He worked in a patent office for a significant amount of time. Does that mean he understands the corporate world and how to make money? No. What did he understand? Physics and maths. So let's talk to him about physics and maths.
Do you think that he wouldn't be able to do it?
No, you're making assertions and assumptions you cannot verify. What we know is that Einstein was good at maths and physics. So let's listen to him about maths and physics.
So you're saying that if he studied accounting, he wouldn't be able to do it?
Intelligence doesn't necessarily pass that way. There are such things called savants, right? So you can't say because someone is you can't say because someone
incompetent.
You can't say because someone is good in one arena of life that he's good in any arena of life. That is not a fact. Like for Tesla, for instance, he had a relationship with a pigeon. Okay, but he had some very good ideas on inventions and how electric should function. Okay, so these are things we don't. We don't just say, "Oh, this person is important in history, therefore we should believe everything that person believed." No, right? We just take the good stuff and we leave the bad stuff. That's all there is to it.
Here's the thing: maybe he wouldn't be like some superstar accountant, but he would be a pretty competent accountant.
This is conjecture, bro. Like, none of that matters. None of it matters.
He wouldn't even be able to be a regular accountant.
I'm not telling you what he could do as a job. I'm simply saying if we're going to talk about Einstein, we talk on Einstein based on what he offered to humanity significantly, and that's the physics and the maths, not his personal private beliefs. Who cares what he believes? It's what he does. What he gives us to work with.
Like I said, you know, this is something that everybody can investigate on their own.
Sure.
You don't have to spend go on TikTok lives for 20 years and try to wonder about this
Well,
question.
we're only just getting started. I think we're like barely a decade with TikTok. Who's to say it might even become
Yeah,
lecture
whatever.
halls
I
one
mean,
day.
if TikTok goes down,
Some people say
medium
TikTok's
will be out
becoming
there.
modern parliament, right? So think about that. That has very real
Well,
social
like I said,
implications. Modern
you know.
modern parliament, social media. That's very interesting implications, bro. Very
I'm just saying
interesting.
that everybody, if you want to go on these lives and try to wonder about these questions, you'll argue till you're blue in the face, right? It's
Not
like
necessarily.
Antarctica.
We should be trying to come to understanding.
There's nothing you could say or do that will convince everyone out there.
Yes.
And then, so there's just be a non. There'll be an unending line of new people who are born every day coming into existence.
Yeah, new suckers every day. You can sell them astronomy to. Oh no, sorry, astrology. Sorry. Like, yeah, there'll be
my
new
point is
suckers every
this.
day, sure, but it doesn't mean
like I
that
said,
having a conversation is worthless, does it?
I think most people do these just to for the social aspects. I think
Of course, that's very
there
important.
are a lot of religious people who go on there because they're Christians and they want to they feel like this is their duty to save the soul of mankind. And there's atheists who feel like a lot of religious people are just deluded and they want to save them from their ignorance of,
Yeah.
but like I said,
So everyone has reasons for doing what they do, right?
yeah, but like I said, astrology is not something that is you have to buy a spaceship to go to Mars to see Mars exist.
It has a
It's
very
right
low
there for everybody.
barrier for entry, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
there you go. Right, it says a lot. It says a lot.
yeah, I mean, but okay, so let me ask you about this. This is something I never really thought about, but I think, let's say astrology was just confirmation bias. You could probably study it for maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
I don't dub it like
even
that.
even after like a month, I think the vast majority of people would just give up on it. I don't think. So even if you look at the ecosystem of astrology, like if you look at the people on YouTube who talk about it, again, they don't look like they seem very cogent. They seem very
that's an
mentally
assumption you
fine.
can make. But I've got my own views about people who participate in those circles. A lot of it can stem from certain cultic kind of practices in the first place. For instance, like one of the first things that pushed me in this direction of like combating religious ideology is coming across a community online called Chosen Ones, who call themselves the Chosen Ones, and they make this content that is designed to like inflate people narcissistically, and through this process they become those people's narcissistic supply. Okay, but in that whole process, one of the key tools that they use is called the Barnum effect, where they can say very vague things, and because they're so vague, you can take it and attach it to your personal circumstances. Just like a horoscope, just like tarot card reading, it's the same mechanism of manipulation. It's like a magician that uses mentalism. Okay? So if you understand that, playing around in them places is stupid.
Like I said, the way to kind of fight that is to really do it with not only yourself but your parents and your close family through your birth charts, right? So, like, if you were to do it, anonymize your birth charts of all your entire family, and then have everybody trying to see who matches who, you would see that there is some type of statistical correlation there.
There would be.
Your mom's
Everything is connected in some way, right? Human, like even if you was to take I think it's Jungian or with the archetypes, even if you was to approach it from that perspective, there's going to be overlaps, but the information is still quite generalized.
No, I don't think so. Like I said, there is some generalization there, but if you get into the more advanced astrology, it does get quite detailed.
Maybe.
Like I said, you say it's generalized, but you don't know because you don't know astrology to any degree.
I mean, I've come across people who claim
You've
to
seen
be
the
like
newspaper
claim to be
horoscopes where
big
they look
guys
at
in this thing. Right? I've come across people like that, people that would call themselves master teachers and such. So I got an understanding of what's going on in it. But like I said,
Okay, so
I don't subscribe
me-
to those things because I can see the
Explain to me
underlying
the house
manipulation.
system and astrology. Explain to me
It's
the
not-
house system.
It's not for me to get
Okay.
into, bro. I could care less.
Right. So, like I said, you don't really know. You've never been to Antarctica, right? Because you don't want to go there. That's fine.
Of course.
But I'm just saying,
Of course.
the opportunity for there is is there for everybody to investigate on their own.
Right.
It's, like I said,
I appreciate that. I
you
appreciate
don't
that.
need a spaceship, so
I appreciate that, right? But yeah, it was nice talking to you, brother.
okay.
All right?
See ya.
So yeah. What's up, Law? Oh, we're never gonna beat Millennia like this. It's like requires super locking in.
You can hear me?
What's up, Law? Yeah, okay. How you doing?
What's up, bro? No, I just scrolled past and I seen your humans invented God. Why is that your take?
I think there's more evidence of humans being able to and inventing gods than gods existing independently of us.
Okay. Question. But you know this world been here over billions of years. So my question is, if that's your take, nobody really, to me, this is how I look at it. Everything was given to us off of previous knowledge. So if we wasn't here before to say what happened, we are going off of prescripts, to me.
In a way, I can agree with that.
So you was born like I was born, and then we born whatever we was born, I guess, wherever we was born at. So just like before, history was already here. So you're right. They could have created books and created everything to make something look a certain type of way. But my thing is, what's bigger? Like, what do you think created us then? If you think we created God?
Yeah, so I don't think there's a who behind that question. I think we come around naturally, like every other life form on the planet. I think what's behind this view that we need to have some special creation story is our own like human-centered ego. Like we need to consider ourselves special. Therefore, we need a special origin story that allows us to be, allows us to get moral licensing to be above other animals and earth and such. It could, like, lol as like a side kind of funny joke, right? It could just be the fact that we might be aliens from another planet.
Right.
Just as like a funny other explanation to why we operate that way. But
right,
there's not necessarily a who that desired for us to be what we are.
What made you get that perspective? Was this knowledge that you searched up, or this something that you felt within yourself, like, no, we bigger than?
Well, no, it's obviously it's like a collection of knowledge, like growing and learning things. But again, I don't make certain claims about where we came from or how the universe comes about. I leave that to people who like study that consistently.
Right.
I find that it only comes up in these conversations because people can't point to evidences of their God's existence. So they try to use a cop-out answer. Well, God created everything. That means everything is proof of God, It's the only reason we have these kinds of conversations.
No, I get where you're coming from. My only thing is, like I say, I see things in different lights and perspectives. So I feel like how you gained your knowledge, that was just something that you got from another perspective. Sure. That's just my. You get where I'm coming from? Like,
sure. No, like I don't. Put it this way, I do hold the opinion that there are humans that are capable of original thought, like absolutely producing something abstract that's never been. But I don't necessarily hold myself to be one of those people. So yes, in the same way, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants in all manners of my life. So there's no dispute about that.
For sure. Good talk, bro.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, bro. Should we just go play the DLC? Because this fight ain't happening. I also need to use the toilet, so I'm just gonna take a very short toilet break. Hopefully someone Don't worry, I washed and dried. Alright, so let's give this another shot, maybe. That's an interesting question, OC. I think, like, kind of to that funny point I was saying to him, it could just be that, yeah, I know, it could just be that we're an alien type of substance to this planet. But obviously, I don't necessarily think that's true either. But in terms of explanations, one could just say, like, the tiger evolved for hunting, right? Its claws, its teeth, its body weight, its stripes, everything is like pointing towards that kind of predator nature. For us, we evolved our brain, our cognitive functions are the teeth, are the claws, are the stripes, you know, in that kind of way. That's a very simplistic way of saying it. But yeah, like, our brain is our edge in nature and our edge over nature, whereas other animals have different types of edges over nature, or other animals. Does that make sense? But yeah, I can't know for certain. I'll come clean on that. I can't know for certain. Even there's also another funny joke, like, if animals are significantly smarter than us, it would make sense for them to play dumb, so we don't find out that they're smarter than us. So there's that as well. So I know it's kind of deep meta, but anyways, we don't really care about that. Blow my nose. Something productive? What do you mean? Yeah, because there are people who think that chimpanzees, is it chimpanzees, the orange ones, orangutans are significantly more intelligent than they let on. There are people who think that to be the case. But that being said, yeah, it would appear that humans are the most intelligent beings on the planet. It would appear that's the case. But that could literally just be speaking to the way our brains have evolved. You know. Man, snotty nose. Alright, so it's like 50 people. Can we get some taps on the screen? Can we get some people coming up to talk? Or you just want to hear me breathe? Struggle to breathe. Hey, sorry, Red App. I do see you guys over there as well. It's just there's like TikTok is very like jealous in terms of talking about other applications. So when you do it, it's like you get kind of like a sort of suppression. Hey, what's up, Orange?
Yo.
How you doing, bro?
Yo, I'm doing good. Yo, I had that idea a long time ago that humans invented God, but I needed a friend that could help me like understand it more, bro.
Why did you think that though? What's the reasons to come to that conclusion?
I don't know, bro. Just lately I've been feeling like humans been creating the false God, bro. So I wanna know, like, can you help me?
The false God, you say?
Yeah.
So why do you think there's a true God?
What happened?
Why do you think there's a true God?
I don't know, bro. That's what I'm saying. I need you to like help me understand a little bit more, because I'm confused in my head right now.
In what way? So like, pick a specific thing.
Like, I don't know what God we're talking about. What God are we talking about?
Well, me personally, I think gods, we're acknowledging all types of gods when I say gods. We talk about minor deities, major deities, immaterial spirits, or like physical types of gods. I'm just using it in general as a category.
Oh,
I think humans invented all types of gods. And I think the concept of God functions in such a way, bloody hell my nose, that you could call anything God. Anything that you want to call God, you can call it that. Whether it's sophisticated, you know, from a philosophical view, or if it's just observational from like a more natural view.
Oh, I see. So I can call my video games a god?
Say again?
I can call my video games a god?
Maybe if you wanted to. Who's going to stop you?
I see. Oh, you got a good meaning to it, bro. So like the God that a lot of people say they worship, is that a real God?
I mean, I don't take any gods to be real beyond human minds. So
Man, that's crazy. Nah, I've been feeling like that lately, so I just needed like someone who would let me
Like,
know.
if this is your troll style, it's interesting, but you know,
What do you mean, troll, bro?
I mean, I'm just saying if it's your troll style, like, and it's like your version of satire,
Uh,
then it is interesting.
what's troll? Because I've been learning Spanish, so I don't know. I don't know what's troll.
Alright, Orange, I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna give Nero a shout out. So I appreciate you for coming up. Yo.
Hello there.
Damn, bro, your mic loud as hell. How you doing,
My
bro?
mic's loud.
Yeah, it sound like you broadcasted from Africa, bro.
I apologize, bro.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, it was loud, man. How's it even that loud?
I apologize. I guess I gotta pull it back.
Yeah, man. Like, you got a strong voice.
Is this still loud?
Nah, it's not that bad now.
Alright, humans invented God, changed my mind. Mathematics was invented by man, but that doesn't mean humans created mathematics. It's just a description. It's just a way of describing something.
Right, so I see your opinion.
What would you like to say on that?
I think that is what's considered question begging.
Let me say, mathematics on its own can do nothing for you. God on its own can do nothing for you unless you seek and you, what would they say, faith without works or grace or is futile or whatever.
Faith without works is dead, is that it?
Something like that. It's all in the same sense.
So
the same thing.
are you kind of saying that God is just a tool then, like mathematics is a tool?
Mathematics is not a tool. Mathematics is in action. It is like a mirror that is perfectly describing you. It's an abstract.
Yeah.
It's the consciousness of God.
Oh, so I think that's a bit too far. I would accept that mathematics is a description of reality, but to say it's the consciousness of God is again the question begging. We're trying to figure out if God is a thing, so we can't assume that things are of God.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If I write out a recipe and put it in a book and leave it there, it's just a recipe. When you see it, you see a recipe, but if you look at the food and everything, it's a complex mesh that took hours or whatever, but it's seven ingredients describe a complex food that provides you proteins, whatever. But what I'm saying is, what people want to do, especially in Great Britain, is they want to make God a tool that they can use, and they want to make God something that is only socio-economic rather than a metaphysical controlling force.
Why in Great Britain specifically? I would like to know. That's the most interesting thing about what you're saying.
Because missionaries have been established by Great Britain, and these missionaries are usually like the CIA for the United States of America. These missionaries had went into Africa and gained information and gave it to the government, which is separate from religion. So religion was used as an information gathering tool. God was used as a tool. So when they went into colonize,
I would agree with that, but I wouldn't say that's exclusively a British thing, though.
It's a man thing, in that even if I come to preach, I'm gonna afterwards ask for some type of donation or something. Everybody, it's socioeconomic, but
yeah, one wouldn't say that's the invention of Britain, but because of Britain's history of colonialism, I can see why you would say that.
Yeah, I mean, most of the Africans that they colonized are Christians. Not that that's bad, because I became a Christian. Oh, I'm Somalian. Not by someone.
Bro's a rare Pokemon. What the hell?
Huh?
So bro's a rare Pokemon. You don't hear that? He's a Somalian Christian.
Yeah, I'm the rarest. I'm a Sheikh Ali. I'm not even. You wouldn't even consider me a Somali. I'm a Sheikh Ali. Sheikh Ali is like
Okay.
from Saudi Arabia thousands of years ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm just. But the Italians, the Romans use God as a tool. Every European state, except for like a couple Eastern Europeans, I've never seen Eastern Europeans colonize Africans, and you don't see Eastern European churches.
Well, they colonized each
anywhere in
other.
America or Africa.
They've colonized each other historically, actually.
Right. What really maddens me every time I watch TV. That's like, let me give you an example. I'm watching this TV about this Jewish guy. He's got a scarf that he's trying to sell, and he says it's the angels. It represents the angels. Come on, man. Don't sell my kids no bullshit that a scarf represents the angels.
Brother, you're a little bit loud on your mic. Are you using headphones by any chance?
Apologize.
Are you using headphones, bro?
Huh?
Are you using headphones?
No, I'm actually in the middle of the street at a bus stop.
It's like like when you get distortion from turning up your volume a lot.
Yeah.
That's how you sound. So like, it's very grating.
Well, I can't hear you unless I put it close.
Ah, I see. Yeah. All right, we'll work with what we can work with, bro.
I didn't mean to use only Britain, but I'm, let's say, I've read enough information where Britain, or mainly the religion of choice in Nigeria, which is the most populous African nation, is their religion comes from the Church of England, basically, because they were colonized.
Well, Nigeria is it's quite religiously contentious. It's religiously rich at the same time, but you've got a lot of issues between Islam and Christianity, primarily by West and Eastern influence.
Right. So, to the question that you asked, I don't think man invented God. I think God allowed man to induce his presence, and man was incapable of denying that, and so took record of it and held information of its importance to other men, that they should be aware of a higher consciousness, because that consciousness dwells in your mind, and it reinforces itself that it is there.
What you're saying, what you're saying, like, so the second part of what you're saying is valid, but the problem is the first part, because you're putting God as the foundation, but secondarily admitting that God is being used. But what's in question is whether God is the foundation or not. Because what we can see is that God is being used in various different ways. That's what we can see. But what we can't see or know is if there is a God at the foundation of it anyway, or if it's just an invention of man for, as a tool.
I don't know. That's a bit complex explanation. I believe that in due time, God will showcase his ability to control. You see, in the book of Hebrews, he says, prepare for me a body.
That's a bit scary. Sounds like a Orochimaru, bro.
Huh?
It sounds like a Orochimaru.
I don't know what that is.
Never mind.
Yeah, that sounds like a British joke.
Yeah, it's a good joke. It's like, the people who know, right? It's a good joke.
Yeah, it's an inside joke. Listen, what was I saying?
Yeah, go. You're saying God, in the book of Hebrews, God said to prepare for me a body.
In the book of Hebrews, God says, prepare me a body. So, and I'm gonna give you another. In Timothy 1:17, it says God is invisible. The King is invisible. So what I derive from that is that he is capable of, what's it called, by electromagnetic induction, cause you to have bioelectrochemical impulses generated in your neurons, which is possible physically.
But what we want to get to is the base of why you believe any of that's true as it concerns a God. That's what we want to know, right? Regardless of what a religious text says, what are the reasons? What are the reasons you think that there is a God anyway? That's the most important question. Not what the religious text says after the fact. It's why you are convinced there's a God in the first place.
Well, just like the inside joke I didn't get when you said it.
Uh-huh.
If a person, if you take two wires and you generate electricity through one, it induces in the other. Human beings are particles that also have wave property. That means you give off signals that can be induced by electrical induction devices. What I'm saying is, there's no way that you have thoughts generated without you thinking, without it being somebody generating those thoughts.
There is
So if
ways.
I'm walking down the street,
There are ways to explain that, but what you're telling me is you believe there's a specific way.
Right. Well, I was in prison for 20 years, so
That's unfortunate, bro.
I get to what a person that's in prison gets to do is introspection and continual observation of himself to reality from a one person's point of view. And when you constantly get reinforced of that I am existent, I am doing something, and I'm talking about thousands of times, when you start doubting, or it could be a coincidence. You know, I know what scientists and everybody think.
But one could say you had limited access to other information or reality testing given your conditions.
Right. Yet at the same time.
So how can you trust your conclusions are correct?
Right. Those. What I'm telling you is reinforcement, and I still doubt that it is a higher source, but I'm forced to review what's called you instantly have a flashback of something. When you start doubting, you start having flashback. Okay, I can't say that. So you go through what's called in Islam fitna, the internal struggle of, is this true or is this not? Because you're relying on yourself and not any outside source.
Right.
So if I'm relying on myself and what I've observed, if I've read all three texts and then I start perceiving things, then I'm going to start thinking based off of evidence in the book and outside in reality. So he says he controls reality.
Not necessarily, right? Because in the context of what you're doing, you're just reading books and interpreting what you could get from the book.
In correlation to reality. I'm not. See,
but that's the problem, right? These books aren't necessarily designed to give clarity to reality. Some people would say they're designed to obfuscate reality, to mystify reality, not to give clarity.
Right. I can see what you're doing. You're regurgitating what a English professor had indoctrinated you to believe.
Perhaps.
Because you have a predetermined thought before you review the evidence, and I had problems with my brother because he's Muslim on doing that. And before I became a Christian, let me give you another example of my life. I did become an atheist in 2007 and refused to believe in God unless there was some type of evidence, something that would convict me. And I believed in basically science and did refuse God knowledge. But cannot agree with you that these books are designed, and if it is, you're grown enough to discern when someone is trying to convince you or compel you to believe something. And having learned that,
You would hope, right? But it's not a guarantee. You would hope that's the case. You would hope that you're capable. There's a lot of noise in the background, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm on a bus.
All right. Well, maybe we should like pick this conversation up another time, bro. When you got like a bit more quiet in the background. All right. All right. Appreciate you for coming up, Nuru. There are some interesting things to talk about there, but like trying to communicate over the loud mic and the background noise is a bit much. I didn't ask him, Soju. You can ask him though. I think he's still in the chat. What's up, Universe?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
Chilling, man. So look, I'm gonna just keep it simple. I just want to ask a question first. What would you say, put you in this standpoint, where you kind of don't believe, but you are open to seeing why people believe?
Well, I'm interested in the societal impacts of metaphysical ideas and religious institutions.
Okay, so it's not really like looking for God. You're just interested in hearing, people's stories.
Well, yeah, I'm interested in hearing people's stories on a human level. Like, if I'm gonna speak to a human, then I want to validate their experience as a human. But it is at the same time an exchange of ideas. I have a view, you have a view, and like we want to come to a consensus if we can. If we can't, I'm okay with that as well.
Yeah, well, definitely. I'm not as informed and educated as the last dude. It sounds like he definitely keeps his nose in the books and everything. But I can say, I've studied a good amount, my young years. Definitely the Bible and the Quran. Haven't touched the Torah yet, and I can see why it's confusing to people. Because you get told this, you get told that, then you don't. You told you can't do this, but then over here you can do this. It's very confusing, and the reason why I believe in a God is because I was 3 years old. We didn't go to church. Not that, my family were atheists, but they just weren't the biggest, believers, right? And I just always remember, at 3 years old, I just would go crying to my mom, like, Mom, I'm telling you, I'm getting these dreams and these like visions, like God wants me to tell people something. And she's like, what are you talking about? You're 3 years old. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, any parent would be saying that.
Right, and I just would have those moments a lot growing up, and that was my biggest confirmation for myself, that there has to be some type of higher conscience.
Just based off saying that, like, I think there's some deep-seated indoctrination there that needs unpacking. Because to be able to make those kinds of claims at 3 years old means you're heavily being influenced by your environment. Something external is happening there.
Well, that's why I emphasize too, we didn't go to church growing up. My family weren't like talking about God every day.
That's not necessarily the case though. Like, you don't have to be in church to hold those kinds of views. Like church is the institution, like the physical representation of the institution, but people in culture walk around espousing ideas of religion all the time. You may have like a family member who's always like, I swear to God, God this, like God that, and God this, like these kinds of things seep into us culturally. So it doesn't have to be explicitly you go to church and you learn how to be a priest. It's like, no, like styles of speaking inform us as well. Like like how people say Martin Luther King Martin Luther King was in his 20s, right?
Yeah.
But he spoke like an old man, like an old preacher.
Right.
Because of the style of the talking. All of those things are included in the indoctrination that we pick up.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That makes sense. Even a little bit of influence could influence me, even at that young,
Yeah, for
to
sure.
have those type of I get what you're saying.
Because you're a sponge as a baby.
Totally,
like you can't.
Yeah.
Like even the language you're using, the words that you learn them from other humans.
Right. Well, yeah, like the whole humans created God, to me, I do understand, that argument, the other side, because, some people really do, they just believe a big bang and whatever, somebody just one day thought, hey, there has to be a higher God or a higher consciousness because of all these good things or all these bad things happening. But when you just look back, into history, it amazes me how there seems to be a consistent amount of people that were just born with this, how do I say it? I just say feeling for lack of a better term, but just this feeling to tell other people, hey, there's something that exists that's more important than us. And although you can't be perfect and can't perfectly do what he asked, you have to try, or you have to at least want it in your heart. You know what I mean?
I think you're saying two things, right? Like the explanation for humans in history that have had this view about there being something higher than us, that is kind of explained very well through like psychology, through history, even you got like a guy called Robert Sapolsky who talks about the psychology of religion, and he even touches on the genetics that are selected for things which we would consider where people become shamans and prophets and stuff. Like that can be actually explained on a genetic level as well. But when you added the like he wants me to tell you XYZ, now you're talking about a direct cultural invention, a version of that. Right? So no one can be born having that direct cultural information, that background information. You need to be told about that specific. For instance, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, even when you look at the prophets, none of them were actually born with their information. It's almost as something like they received. It was something that finally one day they were able to obtain. Exactly. Yeah.
But
So
through
I definitely
religious
agree with
texts,
what you're
through
saying.
religious texts, we call that revelation, right? The reality is, like, for someone who's deep in philosophy or something like that, it could just be that they was working through a problem consistently and they had a eureka moment, which would be considered enlightenment. Like, some people view those prophets and like various great thinkers throughout history just as enlightened people. But through a religious context, we mystify it and say, oh, there's something beyond us giving them this information, when really it was probably a culmination of their senses taking in information and reasoning, whether they were right or wrong. So I do agree that there's humans throughout history that have arrived at this view about there must be a higher power, but the specific versions of that higher power speaks to the invention of it.
Right. When, especially with the version thing, like what I want to touch on, and it doesn't necessarily answer the prompt, but it maybe would get you to understand my standpoint on how I view God. What I've come to understand is everybody is right, but everybody's wrong as well. You know what I mean? Everybody has to get back to the basics. All this complication of who's right and who's wrong, at the end of the day, it's just going to create that separation that everybody, you see what's happening now with the wars and everything, right?
Sure.
Because everybody can say it's about this, it's about that, but at the end of the day, we know it's oil and religion. At the end of the day. Let's be real.
That's real coming from someone who believes in God. I'll give you that. To at least be able to acknowledge that is good.
Yeah, I know. And so something that I've come to understand is, the prophets. So I in a way, like, I took some of the things that Islam says, right? Like, for example, we shouldn't be worshiping a human, although, yes, they've done amazing things, but they only did those amazing things because God allowed them to do it. That was God's power at the end of the day. And so I feel, when people introduced, hey, worship this person, whether it's Moses, whether it's Jesus, whether it's you want to worship Noah, the saints, whatever. When you don't directly worship,
whether it's Muhammad, that's not that one slide for us, yeah.
You saw what?
Whether it's Muhammad, also.
Oh, Muhammad, yeah, like whichever. Yeah. When you go to worship one of the humans and you don't worship the creator directly, that's when all the confusion happens. Even when you look back in the past. No, that's an idea, but if you look in the past, like, look at the tribal people, look at our ancestors, everybody believed in a creator. For me, I'm African and Puerto Rican,
That's
right?
an assertion. We don't actually know if that's true.
Well, this is what I'm going to tell you, like, from what I know, right? I'm African and I'm Puerto Rican. So on my Puerto Rican side, we're called Taino, which means we were like the original Puerto Ricans. You know, we're
Tainos?
yeah, Taino. So
Tainos
it's
are
like
like they're the originals in the West Indies as well. Like some of my
yeah,
ancestry
it
will be
was
that.
a whole it was a whole area. It was a whole area, but Puerto Rico was one of those areas, right?
Okay, I don't
And
know.
so if you look, basically when
Oh
I
yeah,
started,
it's the West. Sorry, my bad. Yeah,
yeah,
it's the
no,
Americas.
you're good.
It's goofy. It's
So
give
when
and
I
take.
started researching, you know, my ancestors and everything, I found it very interesting that their beliefs is, hey, there's a creator. You could understand there were great men, but they even knew from the beginning, without, you know, Christopher Columbus and all them other people coming and telling them what it is and look at this white man, you know, they knew, hey, it was a creator. And now
Yeah.
all the past people, of course, they knew, and of course they all had their own ideas and their own, you know, beliefs or whatever. But at the end of the day, when you look at our ancestors, the tribal people, the people
I
that
agree.
lived off the earth, they always knew
I agree,
there's a
but
creator.
I think what the mistake in what you're saying is grammatical. To say that they knew there was a creator is wrong. To say they believed in a creator is correct. But that speaks to what I'm saying about the invention of God. That need to create a creator is a very human thing. So it correlates to different regions and different civilizations throughout history. That speaks to human needs and like something built-in mechanisms like the hyperactive agency detection device. It's a cognitive theory that suggests humans have a survival mechanism that assigns agency to things. So that is like the foundation for God beliefs across the world. So that gives you the spectrum, and then the culture builds it up. The cultural context builds that idea. Do you know?
So what you're saying is you believe that, for example, we're just gonna use, you know, examples. I use examples a lot. This native killed this deer. You believe the human mind said, oh my God, I was able to get this meat. And so there has to be some type of like God or something, right? Like that's what you're basically saying, right?
No, but that's an element to it, because like, from what I understand, a lot of those native cultures of the past, they subscribe to one of the oldest systems called animism, which is like the spirits of animals, the spirits of plant life, the spirits of ancestors. So their interaction with the earth and hunting, to them, they may have viewed it in a spiritual way, in a spiritual context of we're given something and we're taking something. Do you know? So they may have viewed it in that way, but I just don't reduce it to that kind of I'm able to hunt, therefore there's a God. So, you know, I can't reduce it to so simply like that.
I feel, you know, humans definitely they didn't create God, right? But they create their own versions of God that they want.
I hold
you know
that,
what I mean?
I hold that view, but I do think they created God because there's no evidence of it without us. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how many people have come on the live and talked to you, but another great way, and it might be something so small, but that's the beauty of, in my opinion, God, the creator. Like, you have to look at the small things. You can't look at the biggest things because he's waiting to show us those really big things, you know, and it's scary to some people.
That's a belief,
but
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I understand it's a belief. I'm gonna speak on like my belief. You know, I'm not trying to like impose it or anything, but
sure.
You know, like look at the small things. Like look at the fact that a bird can fly.
Yeah.
Look at the fact that a bee can fly. A bee proportionally should not be able to.
I know.
You know?
There are different types of bees though. People often forget that there are different types of bees. But yeah. It's like not all bees are bumblebees, but yeah.
Right. But you get the concept. Sometimes we have to see, you know, the smaller things, like the fact that this is able to do this, or the fact that this is here now. There's no way that we weren't given this by somebody or something.
No, right. See, that's where I disagree, right? No, it's absolutely reasonable for us to be in awe of the world, right? Just be like, wow, this is like low-key amazing. Like, you know, look at the birds, look at the bees, look at the trees, right? Just be awestruck.
The ocean itself, like,
like how vast everything is and how small things can be, like microscopic, the microscopic level. Those things should like leave us in awe. But to immediately draw the conclusion that because this thing is amazing, somebody had to make it and give it to me to experience is a very human point of view. It doesn't necessarily speak to the reality. It speaks to how we are framing reality. And not every one of us frames reality like that. Some of us say, you know what, the bee is amazing. Let me study it and figure out why it does what it does. You know, some people like the ocean is amazing. Let me actually let me interact with it and figure out why it does what it does. You know, other people are just like, no, like the ocean is amazing, and it's amazing because this magic person made it so. This magic person wants me to feel its magic. That's kind of
I don't agree
problematic,
with
you
that.
know.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that standpoint either, though. You know, I believe God did create things for us to want to study and wonder and not necessarily always tie it to his existence, even though he wants us to be conscious of his existence.
Yeah.
He doesn't want, I don't believe he wants us to always just be like, chalk it up to, hey, well, that's God. Like,
Yeah,
he
but
wants us to be intuitive. He wants us to be, you know, just students of the game, students of life. And so that's why I
that could be
believe he's
true.
always put intricate, that's why I feel like he's always put intricate things into everything. Like, look at a tree. Some people will look at a tree and be like, oh, that's just a tree. But then you have to remember there's thousands of things working inside of that tree just to keep it standing there.
Exactly,
you know?
but that intricacy doesn't necessarily speak to someone with intention, though. That's the problem.
Right.
What's at the base of what you're saying is God created it, and then God let us be in awe of it because he wants us to. But you're not addressing the, all right, so if there's a God, what is the God and how does it do what it does, right? For me to be convinced that there is one. That is what's at the base of it.
So you want to know, to rephrase, like, you just want to know, what does he do for you to be able to believe?
No, we need to know what it is, right? And how it exists distinctively from us. And then once we figure out what it is, then we can start asking, all right, how does it do what it does to be convinced that it can do anything?
Okay.
Because we shouldn't just start out supposing that this thing exists. Like existing in so many weird formats for different people, and then saying, oh, you know, my version of it does this, my version of it does that, my version of it is this, you know. That doesn't give us anywhere to work from. It just leaves us making assumptions, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, let me ask you this. In your life, right? What is one of the biggest coincidences you feel like, you know, it was just like, some people would say it's a blessing, some people would say it's a coincidence, some people would say, you know, it was a reward. What would you say was like a big coincidence that probably you've never forgotten about?
I can't really point to specific ones, but I would say I experience what might be considered like synchronicity often. You know, just like things work out very well, or just things just turn out good, or, you know, like just unexpectedly.
Yeah.
But I don't have like one of those minds that just like keep track of things like that, just in general.
Right.
Just not that kind of way.
Well, in a funny way, you know, since we're gonna get away from the coincidences, I was hoping like maybe you had a really great experience, or maybe it could have been something bad too, you know, and I could have found a way to show you how you worked in there, you know.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying, right? How we could interpret my experience through the lens of God's work, right? I understand that.
Right.
Of course.
Right.
But the same thing could be said about anything, though. That's what makes it problematic.
So the thing about this domain that we're in, this domain expansion. No, I'm playing.
Oh, you know game, right? Bro knows ball.
I know ball.
Bro knows ball. Oh, you heard that, yeah? Alright then, see?
But the thing about this domain is that, you know, we are also given completely 100% free will. We are one of the, in my beliefs, right?
So yeah, that's contentious as well.
We are one of the very few, as far as I know, you know, creations that were given this free will. You know, in beliefs period, when you believe in God, you believe in angels, right? Angels, they don't get free will, but they're okay with that, you know?
Now, we were given look at Satan.
Well, that's the thing. So
I'm joking.
No, of course. So that's why I said when I studied Islam, I had to take some of their things because, of course, at first, growing up Christian, you're like, whoa, Muslim, Islam, like, no way. You know, of course, my mom always put that in my head, too. So, but I studied because I need to be my own person, my own individual, right? And so that's what I mean by, like, we do have to study all the books.
No,
and in my opinion,
we don't.
Well, no, you don't have to, but if you want to.
Yeah,
if
you can choose to.
Let me say that. Yeah. If you want to get into God, I'm speaking in that point of view as well. So if you hear me say something like that in the future, just know it's if you want to.
Yeah,
then
sure.
I believe you should look into all the scripture because everybody's right and everybody's wrong. So I'm saying this to say, I don't know if you know what a jinn is, right?
Yeah, it's
but
like a
that's the
ghost.
separation. Exactly. So that's the separation between what Satan is and an angel. That's why Satan was able to actually break away and like just because it wasn't,
Sure.
oh, I tried to take his throne like
That's like
Christians say.
but that's based on a story though. So I don't
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like to go into the intricacies of what a story says
That's okay.
unless we're
That's
just being metaphorical, you know.
Yeah.
Because
But I'm just
I just
saying,
take it to be a story.
yeah, well, I'm just saying this to say real quick. That's why he was able to break, you know, whatever God told him to do, and then that's why he got banished because you disobeyed me in heaven.
Sure.
Now,
Sure.
those jinn are given free will. Angels aren't given free will. So when I'm saying this to say, in this domain, we have the free will to be able to, okay, like you say, I'm gonna look at this tree and look at the intricacies and look at the mathematics of this tree and the science, you know, and all this, whatever, and I'm gonna just say it's this. Or you can say, I'm gonna look at all the intricacies of this tree, and I'm gonna say God's amazing for the fact that He created this and had the intent to put all this in this creation. You get what I'm saying?
Well, you think
with
that's
the
the
free
case,
will-
but the problem is the free will part of it. Under a religious paradigm, you can't really have a free will in that kind of way. You know?
What you mean? You're saying like you can't have free will because there's rules?
No, not just because there's rules, right? You have to consider it from like if I can call it an internal critique. So we're going to say there's an all-powerful entity, not just the fact that he's all-knowing, like even if he's all-loving, his nature is good, whatever. He's just superior to us in every way, okay?
Yeah.
So he's also responsible for our creation. So since we're an expression of its will, right, its will always override our will. You know, like religious people say, it wasn't my will, it was God's will, right? So from that point of view, you don't actually have free will. And one of like the meta jokes about it is you didn't even have the free will to reject free will. If someone can bestow free will on you, then you don't have free will, right? Which is like a meta joke, right? But from that point of view, you could just say, hey, or, you know, like maybe just God wants us to go roam around experiencing things, and we can perceive that as having free will. But ultimately, you could like resign yourself to fate and be like, hey, well, if I decide to believe in God, then I don't need to worry about good and evil anymore because everything that's going to happen is because God wants it to happen. So I'm already signed out of the game. Don't worry about it. Or you can like, you know, try and reconcile that. But me personally, I think free will is introduced to these religions as a form of apologetics to smoothen out the problems in it.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
I could definitely respect it. You know, I'm definitely learning some things from you too because we're humans, we're one, but we're on two different sides when it comes to this, right?
Sure.
Now the thing about free will, I really do understand that opinion and that belief, but I can't get behind it, you know, because the whole thing of free will is, you know, for example, look at me, I'm choosing freely, of course, I'm choosing to chase him, whereas there's other people that's choosing freely to not do so. And so free will, we should look at free will maybe in the lens of, okay, because of course we can do whatever we want, you know, like,
but we can't.
You can't say it's fate, but the thing is, fate isn't ever truly written. You know, I do believe in like a multiverse, if you will. Every decision creates another, you know what I'm saying, chain of reactions, right? Or chain of events. But if you chose this instead of this, like if you chose yes instead of no, you would have got all of these things, right? And so
maybe maybe I think we do that to make ourselves feel more comfortable with our lack of control in reality. Even gods or no gods on the table, we play those kinds of mental games about what could have been and what might be if I choose differently. But the reality is we only have control over what's happened. We can't know the counterfactual, meaning we can't know what would have been. We can only know what is. So from our point of view, everything is already, you know. And if you bring a God into it, it is because it wants it to be that way. And that further reduces your agency in your day-to-day choices. You know?
See, with free will and fate, so basically what I was trying to say is fate isn't ever written. You get what I'm saying? fate isn't ever like, okay, this is your story. This is the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we
These
can
were the
think that.
chips you're given.
We
You
can
got to
think
deal
that,
with
yeah.
it. Yeah, you can definitely change your fate. You know,
That'd
and
be cool.
and
But
mhm.
others would disagree, you know.
No, of course, yeah. I mean, always gonna be two sides to every coin. You know, everything is contradictory. So, but with free
Ooh,
will,
that's contentious.
you know, somebody, you know, somebody always gonna find a way to argue something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's more true.
But
Yeah.
you know, free will. I'm touching on free will because I do basically want to say, you know, in this domain, since we are given that free will, it is not influenced by him. Because if it was influenced by him, we all would just be believers. There would be no actual free will. Free will is more of a lens of what are you going to choose when it comes to God?
I disagree.
You get what I mean?
Because then you have to think about, all right, what would be the
Well,
motivations
only
for God to
religiously
do that?
speaking.
What would be the motivations for God to do that? That wouldn't be any fun for it, would it? What would be the point in doing that?
Well, that's the thing. Who said he's doing it for fun?
No, I just mean like in general, like what would be the point in doing that? If I'm the creator of the product, I know exactly how the product functions, I know where it comes from, I know where it's going. What would be the point in me creating a system in which it has to make decisions to like me? Everything is my will anyway.
Well, he does it because he does it because it's all beliefs and opinions. But it is to see, are you going to get to that finish line? So I guess if we're going to use the word fun, that's the fun in it.
It's kind of cruel.
You can, that's the thing, you can say it's cruel, but you've done things that maybe you didn't think were cruel, but other people were like, yo, that was fucked up. But you was
Yeah,
like,
for sure, no doubt.
What?
I'm
You
not
know,
a
we
god
all
though,
done
bro.
it. No, of course.
I'm not a god.
But remember, we have to remember.
Oh, baby, I am not joking.
God is his own. He's his own being. He has his own thoughts. He has a heart.
But that's the joke. That's the joke.
And
The
so-
underlying joke, bro, of why I'm saying what I'm saying. You're making all those assertions and claims about what God is and what He is not. That speaks to humans inventing God, because we can now go as far to say, here's how God thinks about matters. Here's how God makes moral decisions. Here's why God done what He done. But reality is, if a God existed, we wouldn't have any access to how it thinks and why it does what it does. So it would just still remain a mystery. Religion would ultimately be false because of that. It would be a mystery. Do you know?
Okay, but you can say the same thing for somebody like me. I know I'm talking a lot now, and you know, even in the beginning, I was a little shaky, but I'm usually somebody who does. You don't have no access to my thoughts. I don't speak. I'm basically mute when I'm at work. You know.
Sure.
We can say the same thing about humans. You know.
Yeah.
We're not given that access because it, in my opinion, motherfuckers would just be blown away.
Nah, yeah, you could think that, but just like think, if God is like a completely different type of being, meaning like He's not physical like we are, there's no way, like, and this is like assuming a bunch of things, because this is all like
He is
fantasy
physical.
to me, right? Well, if you believe that, that standard view of what God is an immaterial spirit, right? But if He was this all-powerful being and just a different type of creation to us, our psychology wouldn't be able to comprehend its psychology. So we'd just be making up reasons for it. Kind of like what we're doing with religion. We're making up reasons on behalf of it. Telling stories on behalf of it. But we don't actually have access to it to know. Do you know?
Well, that is, and I know this is going to be a very touchy subject, but that is why we were given, you know, the prophets. Those were the access, if you will, that middle ground, you know.
Well, whether you accept prophets or not to be like messengers of God, right? Isn't it interesting that the message is always limited to what the prophets knew at the time? God never decided to tell the prophets, hey, like, here's this thing called an element on the periodic table. Their message, their prophetic messages are always limited to what that human knew at the time. Why is that?
But do you know why? Oh, go ahead. Oh, well, do you, in my opinion, this is going to be my opinion and my belief, but do you want to know why I believe we weren't given certain things like that?
Go on.
If, especially the people back then, but look at it now. Okay, let's actually forget back then. Look at now. We do know the elements, right? But what do people do with it?
Well, all kinds of things, man. Not just negative things.
Right. But you see, there's things in this world that, I mean, if God is kind of like mystical and almost like a fairy tale to you and some other people, I don't know if that was right for me to say, but I heard those words earlier, so I used it.
Sure.
Then the other things that he's trying to keep us away from would seem fake and mystical as well, you know. But
I don't
do you believe
necessarily
in
agree.
magic?
Because God could have just been like, hey, look, these humans are about to create the atomic bomb. Let me just step in because this is going to change the history of the universe. He just be like, actually, like, these humans are about to invent biological warfare. Like, let me just, like, you know.
Yeah, but
let me just say something here. But no, he didn't. Right? Why did he only speak thousands of years ago to specific cultures of people and ignore everything since? With so much advancement, it doesn't actually add up.
Well, that's the thing. So as you get closer to the end, you'll get closer to his big, you know, all the big reveals and everything. But since we are going to this finish line all together, whether we
God's
like it or not,
got a season finale lined up for us, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
like he's got OVA.
But I'm saying, you know, as we get closer to the end, it's gonna be harder for us. And I know it seems cruel. It's like, why do we get the bigger challenge? Why do we get a harder challenge?
So do you mean closer to the end individually, or closer to an end as a species?
As a species, as a world, as just everything, you know.
I think the fact
because
that
everything
it would
has to
end-
come to an end.
Yeah, but I think that very fact points to the lack of need for a god. Then, you know, because the whole view of people have is like, yeah, God created the whole universe and everything in it. But then we look at the universe like, oh, actually, the universe as it exists is going to end. Right? No life is going to be able to exist. Then what is the point of God creating it then?
There's existence for us after this existence, and also
you hope, right? You hope.
Of course, you hope, because we're all attached to this, right? We're all attached to seeing life, to living life behind this camera. Of course, you know what I mean. And so I really do hope, and I really do believe that there's another existence. But, you know, something that, again, I'm not trying to shit on Christianity. I'm gonna try to find something in the Bible, you know, that I can use, because I don't want people to think I'm pooping it on it. But
well, you're entitled to do that. It's not like you're required to speak nicely with anybody. So nothing is above critique from my point of view. So
even something, even something else I learned is there are many other beings out there. You know, like obviously there's people that believe in aliens. Do you believe in aliens and like other existences out there?
No, I don't believe in aliens, but I think the probability of life in the universe is quite high.
Exactly. Okay, there you go. So to believe that something so great, so powerful, all-knowing, only created us and only us with some type of purpose, that'll be pretty small-minded. Would you say so?
Yeah,
or
I would agree. I would agree.
Because we already know there's angels, there's jinn.
We don't know that. No, I wouldn't go that far.
Okay, you're right.
I wouldn't go that far. That's all beliefs.
Okay. We know there's birds, there's reptiles, we know there's other animals here. So
there's
why would
other
there not
animals
be?
here for sure. That's
Exactly.
what we do know.
Okay. We'll at least use what we know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the thing about us, the special thing about humans, because we are very special. You know, I know you don't want to get too deep in the story.
To us, because we're us, right?
Yeah.
Of course we're special to us. It'd be like saying your kid's not special, just any kid.
Right. Well, I mean,
everything's
special. Everything's special. But I'm saying special because you'll get it when I get to the end.
Sure.
We get to have a different reward in the existence after here.
I like how you signed there because you knew what that meant. I like how you signed. Because like, man, I'm saying something that's kind of dread.
What do you mean? Like what part?
Because you like the way you signed, where you're like, we get to have a reward. Is kind of like, oh shit, man. Like this means bad things for other things that aren't us.
Nah. I mean, like other beings out there in the universe, whatever, they're created for whatever purpose they were created for. You know, but we were created to be tested because we are going to be something. Think of it like a pseudo god, if you will, right? I'm not trying to get too crazy into it because people are going to be like, what is he talking about?
Why not?
But we're going to be able to again still have free will. That whole idea that, oh, we get to go to heaven and we're just gonna stand there all around God and just praise him for thousands and millions of, no. If he gave us free will here, we'll have free will over there. You know, we're gonna be able to create.
These are hopes. These are hopes. These are
Yeah.
dreams, right? But not necessarily facts.
Right.
Like, we're barely, like, we're mismanaging the life that we got already, and we're talking about having afters after dinner. Do you know?
Yeah. And so the reason why I'm telling you the big, like, reward that we get, that free will, like everything we do is gonna be praised. I'm saying that to say, if you're gonna be, let's say you're God. Let's just put you in God's shoes, right? If you're gonna give a being or a species of being the ability to create, and everything you do is gonna be worship, you don't even have to pray, because when you eat, you're worshiping me. You know what I'm saying? When you create something, you're worshiping me. Like, if you're gonna give something that ability, would you not want to test it, especially after you've had some creations disobey you?
I mean, not necessarily, right? Because I know why I designed it in the first place. At that point, from my point of view, it would just be for sheer entertainment. I don't, like, again, we're speaking about God as if he has human psychology. What would be the likelihood of him thinking like us?
Well, that's the thing, to give us this amazing mind and this psychology, you have to have a piece of it. You have to understand to be able to give or to teach, right?
Maybe, or we could be like an accident. It's like just a complete unintentional accident. He's like, alright, let me just see how this plays out.
Okay. So let's go off of that then. If we are a big accident, and he's like, let's just see how it plays out. How would that not be proof of existence?
What do you mean? We are speaking hypothetically, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how it would.
But to you, yeah, but like, let's say that was your standpoint. You know, hey, we're just a big accident. You know, I just want to see how this plays out. Why would that not be proof of existence there?
Yeah, at the point in which we're making this hypothetical claim, we're already acknowledging the existence of God, so it's kind of silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we was to say, oh, we're just an accident and not bring in the concept of God, then we would just consider ourselves that an accident.
Okay. Because
it wouldn't be
when you first
if we
said
had no knowledge
yeah.
of God. Like, say if we had no knowledge of God and we figured out, oh, we're an accident, that wouldn't make us think that there is a God. You know, but given the context,
Yeah, because when you first said it, it seemed like maybe you believed that, like maybe you was like, well, maybe we just, you know. So I was like, well,
no, I was just given like an alternative option, because you said to me, if I was God, like, wouldn't I want to test my product? And I'm like, no, not really, because I've created it. And you was like, but we're special in some kind of way. I can't remember. And I was like, what if we're just an accident? No, you said he has to have a part of the thing in order to create it, or we have to have a part of him. And I was like, what if we're just an accident, like an experiment gone wrong, and he's just watching it play out?
And well, even if it was an accident, he would still have to give us a piece of whatever he has for us to have, you know?
No, that doesn't necessarily follow. That's why I said it could just be an accident. It's like imagine like you're like a crazy scientist or something, and you're trying to make this specific thing, and you already know like what the like, for instance, you know anime, right? Full Metal Alchemist, right?
Yeah.
The brothers are trying to make their mum, and they think they have all the right ingredients to make their mum. The result should be their mum, but when they do it, something else happens, and they're like, "Oh, actually, this isn't what we intended to make." Right? I'm in that kind of way.
Okay.
Right. So it's not like he had to intentionally say, "Look, I'm going to give them the powers to create." It's just like, "Oh shit, look what I made by accident. Let's see what it does." That was the hypothetical.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Then I definitely get what you're saying now. In my opinion, there's no accidents with God, but that's your standpoint, you know, hypothetically, for this hypothetical.
Yeah, I mean, that would give him an out as well for his lack of moral action. Because he's just watching to see what happens then, right? Instead of him testing us and making us go through terrible things just for his sheer pleasure, you know? So that would help there too.
Yeah, you know, I get that standpoint. A lot of people say there's a lot of like bad things going on in the world. How does he not come in like Superman? But you know, he promised us spiritual saving, but he didn't say he was gonna come in and be our Superman. You know, we have to.
From my point of view, he didn't say anything at all.
That's true. That is true.
He said nothing at all, really.
You're right.
Like, men tell me this, so men say.
But ultimately, this is our domain, you know? And so, this is gonna sound crazy, right? But the people that are in power, they're in power because we let them be in power. Everybody knows there's way more of us than them and all these other things. I'm not saying he advocates for war and blood, but hey.
But one could argue
if
these
y'all-
things are what allow people to be in power. These very systems that we're discussing, these belief systems, is what allows for those people to be in power.
It's been perverted for sure.
It doesn't even need to be perverted.
And-
It needs to function exactly how it is. You know, like some people are like, the system is effed up, man. The system's effed up. But someone be like, no, the system is working exactly how it's supposed to work. It is effed up, but it benefits who designed it. To do to be that way.
But do you not think that they know this being exists, right? They know he exists, and they know that the masses, I'm gonna just say the masses, you don't have to be part of the mass, but there is a big part of the masses that want to connect to this being, but we're gonna use this and be the middlemen so that way we can control you and also disrupt this connection.
I don't think that to be the case. I think it benefits them to have you believe in the pie in the sky and the supernatural because you don't pay attention to the material on the ground, and that's where they benefit. Again, like
but funny
the religious
enough, nobody
views
looked up enough.
allow for these crazy hierarchical systems in the first place. Because if you invoke a god and then make God anthropomorphic, you actually create a hierarchy. Then someone can come along on Earth, just like the rest of us, and say, I am the closest to God now. Now I'm second on the hierarchical chain. And another person can come and say, I'm closest to the guy that's closest to God. Now you've got another rung on the hierarchy, right? That's how these things benefit people in power.
And that's what I mean by it was perverted. But I do want to touch
I'd say that's how it's supposed to work. I wouldn't say it's perverted. That's how it's supposed to work.
Well, the system, that's how it's supposed to work, yes. But as far as religion or just knowing the existence of a God, then that's what I'm saying has been perverted. But when you say they want us looking up so we don't see what's going on in the ground, funny enough, if you look around today, everybody's actually looking at the ground and not looking up.
Nah.
Look at the movie.
Are you speaking metaphorically, right?
Metaphorically and physically. Like look at the movie, for example, Don't Look Up.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it.
But right. And so that was a huge metaphor as well. Like it ties in perfectly in what we're talking about right now. You said they want us looking up and not around.
Yeah,
but they're keeping us but they're actually keeping us tapped in on the phone, right? Yeah. They're keeping us tapped in into the club, into the parties, into games, into this, into whatever the hell, because that's all surface ground stuff, right? Metaphorically.
Yeah, but no different to religion.
You're saying like religion is one of the ground things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Religion is no different. Religion is like a political party, a social club, a secret society. It's just exposed to the masses. Religion starts as a small cult, then it reaches critical mass, and then it gets acknowledged as a religion. So it's no different to the clubbing and the partying. It's another type of intoxicant. It's the same kind of thing.
Now, I do want to be honest. I am struggling with religion, not with God's existence, but I am struggling with religion. So I do understand what you're saying, because it does come off as cultish, or it's just like basically everything that you're saying. Religion is used for power. It is used to control the masses and to get people again distracted from what I told you in the beginning, the basics. Because we all know, what does every religion or just if you want to go with God, what are you told? Be a good person, believe in him, and just try to correct your mistakes. Level, it's always the same three things.
Maybe on the ground level, but the higher up you go, if you look at any religious institution and the history of them, the people at the top of these places, whether they're intellectual powerhouses or political powerhouses, they don't operate from those rules. Those are the slave rules you give to the lower rungs of the institution. Like even people who take the books, the religious texts, and then they approach it esoterically, they derive a whole other set of rules of how one ought to act than you, the common believer. So it's in there. It's built. The system is in there.
Yeah, but that's why I say, that's why I was saying we all know the three basic rules, right? Try to correct your mistakes, be a good person, and believe that he exists. So with what you're saying right now,
that's something that people say, but whether that's actually what the whole philosophy entails is different.
That's what I was trying to I'm trying to touch on a little bit more though. So of course I know people touch scripture. I know people add stuff to scripture. I know people want certain rules and certain regulations, so they put it in, right?
Well, they just interpret it out.
But we as humans already come with a basic understanding of what a good person is and what a bad person is. Do you believe that?
No, we don't. We develop those systems. Because there is no universal good and there's no universal bad. Just like there's no universal God.
So you don't believe, let's say 2 babies are just dropped off, right? Or let's just say actually 10 babies are dropped off in the woods. For whatever reason, they're able to survive, get to the point that they're adults. We don't know how they fed themselves, but fuck it, they did, right? Excuse my language.
Sure.
You don't believe that they all would know by themselves without anybody teaching them, hey, I shouldn't kill this other person, or hey, I shouldn't steal this person's stuff.
No, they would develop a code over time, bro. They would develop a code that prioritizes their survival. And if group prioritizes the survival the most, then they would develop laws amongst themselves to ensure the survival of the group, hence morality. That's what would happen. But they wouldn't know any of those things innately.
So you think morality is more of a, how do I say that? You think it's more of like a mind thing than a spiritual thing?
Of course. Well, like depending on who you talk to, mind and spiritual are interchangeable anyway. Right? Spiritual is the mystification of the mind.
Yeah, you're right on what you first said. Depends on who you're talking to, because the mind definitely, it will disrupt your spiritual journey if you let it.
Yeah, but that's again. See, the problem is, right? What is a spiritual journey in the first place? It's ill-defined. You're taking a material reality and you're mystifying it into something beyond that. Now it's fine if we're adults and we're capable of grappling with metaphor and allegory, but it's different if you're talking to people who don't have those conceptual tools. They take it literally.
Right. As everybody, everybody's an individual. So you receive what you want to receive. You perceive what you want to perceive.
You need tools, bro. You need a base reality to operate from. There's also delusion.
Of course. But I think it's a delusion to say that humans don't already know what's good and what's bad. We're born knowing not to hurt others.
So why don't we determine what good means and what bad means? Or in this instance, what good and what evil means?
Okay. Before we get into that too, because I did want to touch on the hierarchy thing.
Sure.
It is, and I don't know if I can give you this lesson again. I know you're probably going to have your own standpoint, but it is actually, if somebody says, hey, I'm the closest being to God, so I'm number 2, you're already disqualified. I already know you're not close to God because...
Well, yeah, come on.
We're all equal. Even if you are given the revelations, even if you are given visions,
but you see
you don't bleed just like I bleed. You poop just like I poop.
That's a good view to hold. But you see that egalitarian view of we're all equal, that can't be derived from religion. Religion doesn't give you that. That's derived from man. That's a humanist stance to say we're all equal. Religion doesn't sanction that. Religion sanctions hierarchy. That's what I'm trying to say to you. You can't get that view from a God system.
Well, that's the thing.
We're not all equal in religion, right? Because God has favorites, doesn't he? He shows favor. So we're not all equal in religion. Do you realize it?
No, we all are equal religiously, but also we all equal humanly. You know what I'm saying?
But you can't hold that. You don't get that from the tenets of a religion.
He doesn't have favorites.
Of course he does. What do you think favor is? Don't you realize that tradition was a covenant with the Jews? Everyone else he decided to delete from the world at a certain point, and he only kept Noah's family and then started again. He has favorites, right? So we're not all equal.
But
in a religious context.
No. See, words are beautiful because words can be used in many different ways. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
I could use green to paint a tree, but I could use green to paint a whale too if I just want to, right?
Say again,
And
sorry?
so I say that to say,
You use green to
so
paint a
for
tree
example, if
and
I'm
use green to paint a whale?
like a whale, that's something that's not even green. I could paint it green if I want to, though, right?
Well,
Because that's what I'm
yeah,
saying. Like with
in
words,
metaphor.
right? But I'm saying for words. So what I'm saying is, favored doesn't mean you're favorited. It just means like favor. Like I'm doing you a favor.
It's literally
You know
what
what
that
I'm saying?
means, bro.
No, but if I do, okay, so if I do you a
Like,
favor, are you my
you're
favorite
dying
person?
on you're dying on a hill you don't want to die on, bro. Like
No.
favor is
Listen,
important
listen.
within the religious context, right?
But
Or else you don't
listen.
get a chosen people, you don't get covenants, you don't get Jesus. Those things, favor
Listen to what
is
I'm
super
saying, though.
important.
No. What I'm saying is, if I do you a favor, are you my favorite person?
No, doing a favor and
Exactly.
having favor for someone is different. Favoring someone is
So
different.
that's what I mean. When he says,
But truth be told,
favor,
you would only do a favor because you favor that person. If I didn't have any
that's
rapport
not true.
or relationship with
That's
you,
not true.
I haven't got any reasons to do a favor for you, right? Maybe we're using it
I
weird
have a boss.
linguistically.
Okay, everybody's had a boss or some type of coworker they disliked, they didn't like, right? But they asked,
Sure.
hey, could you do something? You said, yeah, right. You'll do the favor, right?
Yeah, because you have rapport with them. You're in relation to them. So if God is in relation to a specific group of people and not other group of people, then he has favor for them. He's
So
in
when you
relation.
give a homeless
He's
man,
in relation to them already.
when you give homeless man money,
Yeah.
where's the rapport? I know the rapport
Because
is being built right then and there,
I'm in
but
relation with that man. If I'm giving one home, because I'm a human and I'm not God, I'm not omnipresent, right? I have relationship to that man because I'm right in front of him. So he's favored over the next homeless man down the road that I didn't walk down. But if I'm God and I could be everywhere at all times and speak to anyone at any time, and I only choose to speak to these people, that's because I favor those people. I favor the relationship with those people. That's the point of religion.
there's
So
no favorites.
you don't get to
He
have the
did him a
egalitarian
favor.
view from a religious standpoint because it doesn't give you all men are equal. It's we are saved, they are sinners, we are clean, they are dirty. Right? Religion doesn't provide an egalitarian view. It's humans coming in
There's no
secularizing religion to let you think that. Religion itself doesn't sanction that egalitarian we're all equal view. It just simply doesn't. Divine favor is one of the main points of religion.
all right, there's two things I could say about this.
Sure.
For one, there's no favorites. It's just, hey, if you're doing right, you're doing right. And so you're gonna get this favor of not getting washed away. You get what I'm saying?
Nah, bro, I don't. Like, you're fighting a silly point.
No.
You need to accept that if you F with God from a religious standpoint, God has favor, and he shows it in different ways. That's just a part and parcel of religion, bro. You can't reason that away.
The thing is, if you say that, then you're basically saying everybody who's gonna take what Muhammad said, Jesus said, whatever, do it the completely right way, then they're favored too.
Yes.
It can't just be okay.
So when a religious person
just only
says
Jesus was the favorite or Muhammad was
when
the
a religious
favorite.
person says like I've experienced a blessing, right? That is favor. Right? So that's what that is.
But that doesn't mean
when God favors
your favorite.
When God favors one army over another army in the Bible, right? Then that means God has favored that group of people's survival over another group, right? It's not that complex. It just sounds dread to say, yeah, a father apparently has a favorite child, but he apparently in his books he does have a favorite child, dude. Like
no, see,
it's like
if you
God
can
is all
all about your work.
That's what you think,
right?
That's your opinion. That's fine. But I'm saying
That's okay.
I'm saying what the religion prescribes itself. Right? It does have favorites. There's a direct covenant with a specific group of people, and even if you don't go that far, you just start at Adam and Eve and Satan, right, in the garden. He's already got favorites, right? He started by making Adam, and he's like, oh, Adam's kind of lonely. I'm gonna make Eve, right? So he favored Adam to create Eve. You know, so you can't actually escape it because the way it's been designed is anthropomorphic anyway. It's the whole religious view is based on human psychology, and humans can't operate in this dispassionate, objective way. We just can't. right? So it's not that deep, but yeah, you
Okay, so
can't reason that away.
so this was my second point, right? He's all about your work, my belief, my opinion, whatever. Some people, which is crazy to me, believe that, oh, I'm just gonna say I believe in this and he's gonna wash up. No, you gotta work for your, you know what I'm saying? You gotta work for your cut. You gotta work to get through the gate. What are you talking about? There ain't no free pass.
Sure, we might be able to say that, but we don't know what God thinks.
That's true. But what I'm gonna say is, I'll agree to an extent where I say, where I'm basically trying to say, you'll be favorited if you put in the work. You get what I'm saying?
It doesn't appear like that biblically. That's all I'm saying. Me, you're talking to someone who doesn't believe God exists, at least not in the religious way anyway. So it's all just like a sort of internal critique anyway. So it doesn't matter to me either way.
See, but that's the most beautiful thing too. How you just said you don't believe in God, at least not in a religious way.
Yeah.
I don't. This is gonna be very contradictory, but I don't believe it. Religion is the answer, and that's why I told you in the beginning. I am studying, and I'm seeing. You just got to go back to the Creator and Creator first. You get what I'm saying? You can't go with the religion, because religion has confused everything.
Maybe so.
And so when you get back to the basics, and you do it alone, and you do it in your own, your own lane.
But can you ever really operate with concepts of God uninfluenced by anyone else? Can you really do that in this day and age?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I mean, in my opinion, yes.
I don't think so.
Are you going to be influenced sometimes? Are you going to hear something that resonates with you? Yeah. But it is still up to you to
need
decide,
the very vocabulary. You need all of that philosophical and theological grounding laid out for you already to even be able to start the journey. Or else you'll be like our ancestors. You're going to be like, I'm going to call the volcano God. I'm going to call the storm God. You know? You'll be just like our ancestors, starting from scratch.
I get what you're saying, yeah. But you can start from scratch.
You could try.
Yeah, you can definitely try. Like, that's the thing. We forget sometimes, too. I know the prophets are whatever they are to you, but for you, since we're going to say metaphorically they existed or whatever, right? Or what is your standpoint? Do you believe, like, they actually existed? Like, they actually did their things, their 1-2 or whatever?
Look, I would say to be able to call someone a prophet in the religious context is actually to, like, already admit that there's a God at play already, you know?
Okay.
So from that point of view, they wouldn't be prophets. Now, you might say, like, if I wanted to have, like, a worldly view on all the religions, I could just say, yeah, like, Jesus was just an enlightened man, Muhammad was just an enlightened man, Noah was just an enlightened man, Moses was just an enlightened man. Right? I could have that view and say, oh yeah, they existed as just men. I could. But I don't necessarily hold that view either. I think of them all as storytelling devices. You know?
Okay. So I'm gonna just say for my end then, since I do believe in the prophet's existence, how did they start? You know, they look at Muhammad, he was in a cave, Jesus in the mountains, you know, like they were to themselves. They were just in nature. And so I do believe you can find God from scratch. Now,
well, in that sense, God found them though, didn't he?
You said what?
In the prophet sense, God found them, right? So it's not like they found God. It's God spoke directly to them.
I would say more like God came to them. He sought them, but I wouldn't say he found them. I would say they found.
Yeah, sought them.
They found the way to connect to God, and God was like, "Oh, okay, you came halfway. You found it. Okay, boom, I got you." You get what I'm trying to say?
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
No, I mean it's even
just,
me
just
right
by
now.
The story standards, I don't think that's necessarily true.
Even right now, me saying it is just an idea. I'm not saying like this is like my firm like belief. Like I've thought of this. I'm kind of telling you like an idea right now, right?
Sure.
Like they all were able to find God from scratch because again they did it right. Like you said with the ancestors, they try to find God through trying to like light up volcanoes and try to like summon storm clouds. And, like, come on, you're not gonna find God.
Nah, maybe later. Nah, I think those people are way more in tune with reality than us today. Us today, we're too far gone in our like metaphysical schisms to actually be have any real connection with something like that. I think our ancestors were more on the money than we are.
I think they were. I think we're metaphysical. They were how do I what realm is that? They definitely were in the spiritual realm, man. They were dwelling with, you know, they were delving real deep into like the magic and the. They didn't know the
I don't know.
elemental table, but they knew how to mix certain stuff to create, you know, like create
Sure.
chain
I
reactions
just mean
and
it.
stuff.
I just mean it in a way where they lived harmonious with nature, and then they praised nature in that kind of way, not in like a pagan kind of way. It's just like they understood, fire is fire, water is water, earth is earth, and I take these things to be something higher. I think that's more in tune with reality than the level we're speaking. What we're speaking is like pure abstraction.
Yeah. You know, like even this conversation to somebody like me, it shows how the creator works.
Okay.
Because there's some people that believe, there's some people who don't.
Yeah.
But yet there's a disbeliever who's like, hey, change my mind if you can. I feel like that in itself shows how he works, because if you really were like like I'm gonna die on this hill, I don't believe at all, you don't have to put that as the caption. You don't have to put that on the top of your video. Hey, change my mind if you can. And I know I'm adding the if you can part, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's implied.
You know, if you even have a little bit of interest, if for whatever reason lately it's just been on your mind or your heart and you're like, what the hell, like this is different, you know, like that in itself shows how he's working. Because look, just talking to you, I can definitely tell you're very intelligent.
No, I appreciate
it. You could tell. Yeah, I can tell you're very intelligent. I could just tell, you know, I'm still on my journey, you know, to change my life and to dive deeper in books and to just be more intelligent myself. You know, I aspire to be somebody like you and the last guy who was on here.
Bro, don't give me props like that, bro.
No, I'm gonna give props where it's due. You know. But you know, if it's in your heart, if it's in your mind, even to just have these conversations, that's how he works. Because as intelligent as you are, as well as you articulate yourself,
go on.
Why would I not want somebody like that on my team?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't. Of course, I wouldn't like to view it in that way, right? But I understand why you might interpret it that way.
But what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Like, for example, I talked to a coworker. He's younger. He's trying to figure out things, but I could just. Have you ever been around somebody you could just feel their presence? Like, definitely some people have more of a presence than other people, right?
That's favor.
You think that's favor?
Yeah, of course that's favor.
Because I've worked, for me personally, like, I had to work on building my presence. Like,
maybe.
Or maybe it was just given to me. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know.
We don't know. Like, in terms of our ability to communicate, I don't think we're all equal that way. Because I'm someone that's historically suffered with the ability to communicate properly. Doing this is new to me as well. So I don't think we're all afforded that kind of communal aspect to human nature, especially the times we live in. It's something that has to be developed. But yeah, you viewing people as having presence speaks to more of your social orientation. Like, you're more aware of those things. With someone who's neurodivergent, that just made me just completely oblivious to them. It's just like, that's just a person. I'm just a person. Whatever, you know.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
But you being in tune with that speaks more to how you operate as a person. You know.
Gotcha. So I was basically saying this to say, like, he had questions, and just judging from the way he spoke, you know, the questions he asked, I kind of told him the same thing I told you. You know, as driven as you are, and as soul searching or universal, like, right, whatever you are, why would I not want somebody like that on my team? Because if you're that intrigued, if you're that willing to study and to find answers, one day you're gonna come upon the right answer and you'll be able to teach others. You get what I'm trying to say?
Maybe. But
unfortunately,
I think it's dubious that you look at it as teams, though. I do find that kind of dubious.
Well, no, I don't look at it as teams. I'm just using that as a term. Like, I speak very, as you can tell, everything's like a metaphor or a parable or some sort. Like,
well,
yeah, that's just how I talk to them.
Don't speak straight.
I don't know why.
No straight talk at all, nah.
You said what?
Nah, no straight talk at all, nah.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's just how I am. Like, everything got to be kind of like, you got to like deconstruct what I'm really saying.
That's fair.
But and I'm working on it, but I don't know, it's just how I am. But
yeah, plus you don't have to do anything. You don't have to be anything more than what you're gonna be anyway. So who cares?
I get what you're saying. I kind of say it more too because like I'm somebody who, for example, I'm a site director, security, so I'm in like board meetings and all these type of things. So I have to learn how to speak more straightforward and stuff like that. But I digress.
Sure.
You know, in my opinion, the fact that you want these conversations, and is it fair for me to say that you want the conversation?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't speak to you if I didn't want to speak to you.
Because some people will be like, "Oh, I don't want it," but it's like my dog is in your caption. So the fact that you want the conversation shows a little bit of how he's working with you, and you specifically. All of us are part of your journey right now because we're all on your live. Me and you are chopping it up. We're trying to figure out things, and we're learning from each other.
Yeah.
And so, let's say there comes a day that you find your way to believe. This would have just been a stepping stone or a brick, you know what I'm saying, to your foundation.
True.
Yo, I remember I started those lives, and when I was home off a live, for some reason, I just would want these conversations. Like, I wanted intellectual conversation, but I wanted it.
The opposite could be true too for other people listening, that this would bring them away from that kind of religious view of the God.
Yeah. Here's the thing. This is going to sound crazy.
As long as you're
my
aware of that.
goal, yeah, my goal one day, and the reason why I want to be able to articulate myself in a manner, in a certain manner, and be, you know, intelligent where I need to be, is because I really do, like I said, since a child, I just believe, like, okay, you want me to do this, I'm gonna find a way. You know, I'm still trying to find my way. But I don't believe religion is the way. God is the way, but religion isn't the way anymore because it's just all been tainted.
So what are you proposing?
I propose you get back, it's gonna sound like repetitive, but get back to the basics. You know, you appreciate the fact that, yeah, there might have been a prophet, or if you believe in God, you got to believe that there were prophets, right? But you believe, hey, there were prophets, but
you can go and believe that. I would say that deviates from the basics.
Well, the basics doesn't involve the prophets, but I'm saying to say that he didn't send, or at least give humans revelation, I feel like it'll be, I don't know. It'll be like saying like, well, God created all the animals, but he didn't create the bald eagle. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I feel like
that's how I feel,
like
but that's me.
What you're doing is saying, I don't like religion, but still you default to it in your way of thinking, your approach to God. Like, you're not able to interact with the way you're speaking. You're not able to interact with the concept of God outside of the religious context, based on what you just said. Do you know?
Well, no. So I get what you're saying. I see like how you're seeing that, but what I'm basically trying to say is like, when you get back to the basics, that just means creator. We can't worship no saint, no statue, no human, just go to the creator.
Sure. So then I don't need a middleman.
And then inside, even if it was taught to you, even if it like that conversation we had earlier, that we would have, you know, like the babies would have created some type of way to like understand survival and what's best for them, right?
Yeah.
Even inside, if you know this is not the right thing to do, just don't do it. You know what I mean? We all know right from wrong.
Across the board.
Right, because it's just a universal.
But we don't.
Well,
but I would disagree with that part. We don't want it right from wrong. We don't.
No. You definitely have to learn, right? You definitely have to learn, but. The murderer who keeps murdering doesn't think he's right. He knows he's wrong.
Hey, maybe it's part of his nature, you know, it's like an animal. Maybe it is.
Hopefully not.
Well, look, bro, most of us gonna have a Sunday dinner today. We're gonna eat some chicken or some beef or some pork or some fish. We have to kill shit to eat that. so it's like part of our nature, really, right?
But that's okay.
So the murderer is dysfunctional as the way we want society to be, but the murderer in his own nature is who he's supposed to be. Do you know?
I think what you're murdering, like the context of what you're murdering, definitely matters.
Qualifier. Yeah, I hear you still.
Yeah, because you need to eat, and we were given animals to eat.
Nah, I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Oh, you're a vegan?
No, I eat meat, but I disagree with that view.
Oh, okay.
That we're supposed to be that we're supposed to think a god gave us permission to just munch animals. I think that actually goes against the god. If I was going to be a religious person, it wouldn't make any sense to think that. So
Well, that's the thing. So
I eat meat completely aware of my
Yeah.
ignorance. You
yeah. So what I'm saying, like, you see how we two have completely different standpoints of this all, right? Let's say, hypothetically, one day you're like, okay, I do believe in God's existence, but I'm not going to go with religion. When you're able to believe in God and separate it from religion, not that you're going to, of course, put your own understanding on it all, right? You
know,
can't lean
I
on your own
started out like
understanding.
that. Though. That's the irony.
Mhm.
I started out like that.
So maybe you just needed more.
You said I need more religion?
No, not religion, but you
That's
definitely
fair.
needed some more grounding. You know, something like to keep, because back then, man, like when I was trying to do the relationship God way the first time, I definitely was confused and pulled all different places in all different ways, you know, because I'm listening to this person, then a pastor talked to me on my way home. You know, it's very confusing because you don't have, especially being so young, I didn't have that
So we're
grounded
just taking information.
understanding. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is, like, I believe it's relationship over religion. You need to have your own relationship with God, you know? Because at the end of the
I've
day,
heard that a lot.
you know, if you feel like, hey, God doesn't want me to kill this animal, maybe he just don't want you to kill that, you know, maybe he just don't want you to be a meat eater, so just be a
Maybe,
vegan.
but
Like,
that in itself is a type of it's like a rebranding of religion in modern times. I'm not in a religion. I have a relationship with Jesus. I'm not a Christian, and like I have a relationship with Jesus. I'm not in a religion. I have a relationship with God. This is like this is what's akin to like a sort of semantic bleaching. It's it's a very clever political way to sidestep the implications of what you're involved in, to make you feel like less guilt, less shame, and stuff like that. But really and truly, you are still religious deep down. I think you're aware of that too.
so you don't believe that relationship could mean complete separation from religion?
Of course, you can't have like everything is in relation to something else. So to say it in that way is a sort of, it's kind of disingenuous. Everything is in relation to something. Okay, but the reality is the context of your relationship to a god is through a religious setting. So just embrace it. Just be wholeheartedly Muslim, wholeheartedly Christian, wholeheartedly whatever it is, and don't try to like dilute your faith for the whims of society. I would say, just go all in. It's my opinion anyway.
I'm taking it in. Give me a second, like, because what you just said is. Yeah. Because of course we are told not to be lukewarm if you're going to be in this journey, right? Or at least that's what they say.
Well, it's just like saying I'm trying to think of an analogy here. Like, I spend my days and nights thinking about cars and working on engines all the time, but don't you dare call me a mechanic. I just have a relationship with cars. Do you know? It's silly. The foundation of what you're operating from is the religion. In the same way, the foundation of what the mechanics operate from is being a mechanic. It's like engineering, you know. It's like I work on cars, but I'm not an engineer. Like that's kind of what you're doing semantically, and it makes it look bad to the outside view. You know.
So you think pushing more of a relationship would make people just more fearful of the concept of God?
To the unsuspecting person, it's a nice it's a softening. It's like imagine I was trying to sell you on joining the military, you know, and up front I tell you about the military in all these nice like flowery ways, but then as soon as you open the door and you're actually on the camp, you're like, no, the military is what I thought it was, right? And the recruiter lied to me, right? It's the same kind of thing that's being done here. So that's what I'm saying. Now I understand it in like because of my side of the table is very well like studied on your side of the table and vice versa, but to the average person they're unsuspecting with that kind of language, so they fall prey to it. Do you know? So you know, I'm not Christian. I just have a relationship with Jesus. I follow Jesus, but I'm not Christian. You know, I have a relationship with God, but I'm not in a religion. And then everything that all of your knowledge base, when concerning God, is primarily from a religion. It says otherwise, doesn't it?
Well, I can't say all of my knowledge is from religion. Like the last guy said, real life has given me an understanding of God itself. Now, if you're gonna say this is where I want to like kind of see if I can get you to understand what I'm thinking.
True.
Like, if you're gonna follow a specific prophet, then yes, you should be in a religion. But if you want to follow God, you could, if you want, do the religion thing. But I feel like to get to the creator that's a relationship. When you want to follow a prophet and their teachings and all that, I feel like that's the religion. But God, the creator itself,
Yeah, I
is
get
the
you.
relationship.
I get you, but then someone could
Because
say, why not just be a pantheist or a deist? Like, so for instance, if you're gonna say, look, I just want to mess with God, just me and God, you don't have to acknowledge any historic middlemen that are claimed by religion. You don't even have to acknowledge the existence of prophets at all. You just say, look,
that's okay.
it's me and it's God, and that's it. No extras, no surplus, you know, no metaphysics. It's just that. You could do that. And there are people who claim to do that. But being that your knowledge base, because I've been speaking with you for like an hour, I know that you're very well informed on different religious views. So the context for how you approach God isn't going to be the same context as like a Tarzan character that has no knowledge of any of these religions. So your view in a way is already pre-tainted by your religiosity, even though you're now like saying I'm departing from religion, but I'm still maintaining connection with God. Your connection is informed by your past. You know?
Yeah, of course. Like, there's gonna always be a part. You know, when you choose a relationship, there's always going to be a part of you. There's always going to be a few bricks in your foundation that were, built from your past. You know, I feel like whatever brick stands the test of time. That's, of course, what you should have taken. Because there are some parts of religion, man, like we both know it's just like, come on, like that, let's be real, like, come on, man. And so I really, really, really hope that one day you find what you're looking for, even if it is, hey, you know what, I'm just not gonna believe at all. Like, I just hope you find what you're looking for, because as far as my understanding, and I could be wrong, I feel like you're interested. I feel like,
of course,
I feel like it's on your own time. It's on your mind. It's in your heart, and that's why maybe you're looking for these, these outside, not influences or sources, but you're looking for this outside. Help me finish this sentence, because I know what I'm trying to say, but
I don't know.
so much going on
what I'm
around.
trying to say. I would acknowledge that I am interested, of course. I have my questions of why, but I also have my own agenda to why I do what I do. There's no two ways about that. Yeah.
So since I didn't have like a last finishing word for that sentence, like, you're looking inside, but you want to look outside as well, because you need to hear from other people. We're human, you know what I mean?
Well,
I tell people all the time.
I would accept your analysis of me, but it's not necessarily accurate. That's what I would say.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, we're still strangers,
Sure.
And definitely I would like to, I'm gonna follow and see if we could talk some more, even about other subjects, because you're definitely somebody I can learn from. So or just have conversation.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I've learned from your perspective as well. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, man, like, you're definitely on a journey. I hope you find what you're looking for, and
I ain't looking for nothing.
You said what?
I ain't looking for nothing. Shit. I'm good.
You just out here vibing.
I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, this conversation shows how he works.
I appreciate that.
Even in the bad way, like, the fact that he chooses not to do anything sometimes shows how he works.
Why can't it be she? No, I'm joking. No, that will tie up. But that will tie up, bro.
Yeah.
So anyways, I appreciate you for coming on. I didn't get your name, bro.
Universe, but I go by Louis.
Louis. Technically,
Yes,
you are the
sir.
universe, so yeah, that's cool. I'll take that. Space dust,
Yeah.
Louis.
You know, if you want the truth too, like one time I was praying because I believe we have our earth names, the names our mom gave us, right, or our parents. But I believe we have names, you know, from God Himself, right?
I guess
So
maybe.
yeah, okay, this I know it's just a me thing. I know not
No,
everybody
I
in the
think I
world is gonna like.
understand exactly what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
It's just that you're framing it from a God point of view, where I'd frame it
Yeah.
a different way.
Okay. So, you know, I prayed and I asked because I just was so interested. I'm like, what's my name? You know, like, what's my name from you? You know, and the first three letters of the YUH, like, it got like perfectly spelled out, like in like cursive and everything. I was like, that's tough. And so I just kind of kept it ever since. You. And then
Fair
one day I
enough.
was like, universe. I was like, hold on, that's tough. So I just want to give you that
Bro,
backstory.
you was watching
little.
anime, bro. You was watching anime. Bro, Kevin. I was like, you use you know, like, anyways. Nah, joking. All jokes aside, bro.
It was, you know, what's funny though. Like when I looked it up, I was like, that's the one character. What's his name? I know it's you, but what's the name of the anime?
It's like
You forget it.
something. You Hikusho or something.
Yeah,
Something like
yeah,
that.
like
So
Yu-Gi-Oh!
one old
Hakusho
school.
or something like that.
One old
And
school
I'm
thing.
pretty sure there's somebody in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, there's like you
I
or
actually hated
Yusei,
Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. I thought Yu-Gi-Oh
Yeah?
was so dead, man. It's proper dead.
Nah, Yu-Gi-Oh's tough.
Bro, I grew up in that era where it was Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Digimon, and they were all competing for that card market. So to me, it was just like,
Yep.
this is bullshit. It's like
Yeah.
consumer bullshit. Like, and of course, I was a little kid, but it's like, this is bullshit because I already knew about manga and anime from Japan. So I was like, this is diluted nonsense, man.
Oh, where are you from?
I'm from the UK. The UK.
Okay, I can kind of tell.
But yeah, I got an
what's
older
your-
brother,
what's your,
so
like-
I would have already had all those sci-fi tapes and all that shit. So I was already well informed on manga and anime before Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, but yeah.
Before the watered down anime, huh?
Yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, shit used to be kind of dark, right? But it's what's now called I forget the term for it. Not nostalgic, but it's like called classical anime. And you're talking about the tail of the 80s into the 90s. It's called like I forget what the word for it is. But that to me was like the golden era of anime. You know, that also gives birth to Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, One Piece off the tail, Bleach off the tail. So they were like the kind of final expressions of that original style. Now it's like internet art. That's the way I take it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was you gonna ask me anyways?
Yeah, man. Honestly, we started talking about anime, and I just like brain farted. I was gonna actually
Something
ask
about the
you if
UK.
you had any questions, or I just want to ask you real quick, like, what's your like your race background, like where's your people from?
So parents from West Indies, but it's a bit complicated in terms of the mixture that they are.
Yeah, I understand. It gets real complicated with my dad because he's African, but he's like first generation because first they went from Africa to like South America to Colombia. So they stayed up. So he mixed with like a little bit of Colombian and all. Yeah, I know that mud blood, man.
Well, yeah, in a way, yes, yeah. In a way, it's their own mating decisions, but they also the product of history too.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I really don't believe in like I believe races can mix. I mean, we're all the same thing.
Shit, there's only one race anyway.
Exactly, it's a human race.
It's only one race anyway.
I don't believe in all this. Oh, whites can't mate with blacks and Puerto Ricans can't mate with Asians. Like, man, everybody got 2 arms, 2 feet. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully. Hopefully.
No offense to anyone out there if you listen.
You know. But yeah, so I kind of wanted to just ask because I wanted to know, because that's very important too when it comes to, you know, your walk with God, like where you're from. It's super hard over here in America because everything is just porn, junk food, killing, you know, like everything's just, it's super hard over here.
That's what they tell us, but like you guys have actually, like politically, you had a chance to do it right. Like for America becoming a republic that separated itself from like Europe and, you know, the governance of what is in Europe still, Christendom. Right? America had a chance to do it right. But
Yep.
religion is, again, it is poisoning, and you can
It's
see what's
poison.
happening in America with Trump and views about theocracy and the
Right,
far
right.
right. So you still have a chance to make sure your education, like in the South, I hear there's a lot of people over there fighting against creationism. They're trying to like overdub the whole science system in some parts of America in favor of religious teachers. Like, what? You not got a chance to stop that shit. You even have in your constitution, I think, that there has to be a separation between church and state. Right? Europe doesn't have that. So you don't fuck it off.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Don't, like, I think also, like, just side critique, obviously I don't really know in depth, but I feel like because America is so young, it's still looking at Europe as in, we want to be like that version of Europe we hear about from the past, the Greeks, the Romans, you know, conquest and empire. And I think that's a big mistake. But that's just my opinion.
Huge mistake. No, that's a fact. I don't care. You could oppose it if you want, but that's a fact, man. Like, we and I say we because unfortunately I'm over here, but we whatever they, I don't know how to even say it, but I get what you're saying, man. Like, the fact that we even have camps in other countries, but don't nobody else, you know what I'm saying? Like, Britain don't got a military base over here. Saudi Arabia don't got a military base over here. So why are we allowed?
I think Britain might have one over there.
We do?
I think they might.
Like,
do.
we have.
Oh, do you? Yeah, America has bases over here.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have a full-on base, but they train together. America and Britain train together on lots of operations. Like, we just sent planes over to help you guys in the war the other day. So they're very close.
Well, I mean, like, for example, like how our military, like, they literally will go to another country and shack up and be like, hey, this little piece of land is gonna be ours. Like,
that's
it's
it.
just like,
That's it.
who gives you that right? But nobody can come over here and do it. You know,
That's
nobody
imperialism.
can dare do it to America.
That's the point. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, like,
So I'm saying that shit that is entwined in this whole thing that speaks to humans. Like,
yeah,
it's in there, bro. I
get what you're
It's
saying. This,
fucking in there.
you know, I think, in my opinion too, like, I've told people this in the past, like, this is purposely supposed to be this confusing because it forces us to connect as well. Like, if it wasn't confusing, like, yeah, we could all talk about it, but, like, you kind of wouldn't really feel like talking about it because we already know. We know the answer. Why are we going to talk about something we already know? But this is so, you know, this whole world and just God's existence, just how the world works and just everything is supposed to be this confusing because it forces these conversations. And then it even forces interactions between people that are, you know, rich, poor, intelligent, maybe not as intelligent, you know, like all different types of people, black, white, whatever. Like, it forces us to interact and find the answer together.
Yeah, that's there's a I'm not even gonna say it, but that's one of the reasons I do what I do. You know, it is to open the door to the more important aspects.
Yeah.
The religion and the God is very important. It's fundamental to the mind, but because it's so fundamental to the mind, it opens up the door to other things that matter too. That's why the conversations are worth being had to me. You know, because we could just debate, we could just like throw analytical arguments at each other all day, but I don't think that's useful.
Right. And you see how the conversation, like, it could start, like, it started like that, and you know, a little bit in the beginning, but how we just started moving into, well, understand how I see God so you can see how he works. And then I understand, you know what I'm saying, the lack of how maybe you feel like he's worked for you. Or I was able, you know, to, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, we're able to see each other's, you know, sides of the coin, basically. I really do appreciate this conversation. Even the fact that and you know what? This is God itself. And if this doesn't tell you this is, hold on, if this doesn't tell you this was God, then I don't know. But I literally woke up and I was like, yo, I'm going to go troll on TikTok live. And the first live I get is this. And I was like, you know what? Instead of trolling, let me actually try to be in a conversation like this, because one day you hope to kind of get people to understand.
So you know, so you initially was just planning to be a bad actor initially.
No, not here. No, not
just in general, like, just in general. So you're just let me get on the internet, and be deep yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. If I would have saw a pretty girl, and I would have been like, you know, I would have trolled her. I would have been like, yo, is this the queen? And then the queen of chop? You know, I would have trolled. You know. But
See, that's
the first live I got was yours, and I was like, this is a good opportunity for me to break out of my shell and to try to get in these conversations that you want to be in and learn from. Because at the end of the day, too, I'm not always going to meet somebody who wants to know about God. I'm going to meet people that don't want to know about God, that don't believe in God. Or maybe they're in your standpoint where they're interested. And so I have to be open to talking to this side as well, so that way I can be able to articulate, you know, my story and kind of just get that other person to understand not how to see God, because I'm not trying to push how you should see God, but to see God, period. You know what I'm trying to say?
Fair play, bro. Well,
You know, we're all
I acknowledge that.
individuals.
I acknowledge that because as much as I'm doing what I'm doing for my reasons, it's also a platform when other people interact with me. So it goes both ways.
You know, I find it like really dope, the fact that I'm telling you, like I woke up, I was gonna be a devious mind on this work.
Oh, there you go. Look, there's God, isn't it?
Real
Right?
bad thing.
Yeah, there's God right there.
And instead, God was like, nah, man.
Yeah?
Force yourself to talk about something more productive.
So
You
how
know,
do you know
like,
God didn't want you to be devious instead? How do you know you're not going against God by not being devious on this live today?
because I know that's me. Because I know that devious side was me. I woke up, I got dressed, I did what I did, and I was like, yeah, I just want to troll. You know, I know that was me. But when, for example, when I go to this app to be devious, but then the app actually showed me, not showed me, actually, let me say, it put me in a position to be in this type of conversation instead of a dumb argument, you know, just trying to piss somebody off. I feel like that has to be God. You know what I
Alright.
mean? Like,
Alright,
because
so we're
You
at
said what?
we're at an hour and a half now, just talking to you alone, and I'm
Mhm.
kind of tired of streaming now. So,
Oh, okay, yeah.
as fun as the conversation has been, it's time for me to go.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate everyone that has come on. I know. I saw what you said, Ellie, but you've just not said what you wanted to say. So, but yes, if you did enjoy this stream, feel free to follow. Feel free to like. Feel free to subscribe. But it was nice talking to you, bro. I'm gonna drop you down.
Hey, nice meeting you.
All
You
right.
know what I'm saying? Definitely will be popping in and we'll have some more conversations.
All right. Take it easy, bro.
Yes, sir.
Alright, to the two guys that were waiting, I'm sorry I didn't get to you, bro. We spoke for like an hour and a half. So I'm sorry I didn't get to you, but come up next time. I think your name was Sebastian with the orange profile. Come up next time, bro. And it's also Manuelito next time. So yeah, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on TikTok. Set West 10 on TikTok. If you're over on the Red app, it's Culture Crack. So you know where to go if you want to be here for the next next stream. Alright. So take it, alright. Oh, so I'm gonna let me quit. Congratulations! I see what you said. Congratulations. Take it easy.